Alright. Hello. Oh my goodness gracious. We're so Barack Hussein Obama. Okay. One thing I need to figure out, it's how to audio balance. Need to figure that out. Boop, boop, boop. Alright. I started the game and I want to get immediately into what we're going to be talking about. There's a lot that needs to be talked about. Though I may want to wait for some people to show up. Because, okay. Because there's a thing that happened. My audio levels got fucked after going on the Bad Science Sunday panel show. Now, not their fault, obviously. Someone with their application just really fucked with my shit for some reason. Or maybe the virtual camera stuff. Don't really know. I personally have no clue what does it. I'm going to be honest. If only I knew. But I have no idea what it is. I'm going to be honest. No idea, to be quite honest. Hmm, 84% in terms of the memory. Okay. It's only at 8 gigs. It's so weird. I wonder if it's something wrong with the way this gets measured or something. I don't know. It's a little strange. Ugh. Why are we encoding overloaded? Doesn't make any sense to me. It'll never make any sense to me, folks. I'll never understand. Ugh. Hmm. If I had a slight inclination for as to why this is the case, but I don't think I do know. Hmm. I will never understand, folks. Better if I just preload the game. I don't know why I do it like this. I have no idea. I asked myself this question many times, folks. Let me tell you. Why do I do things the way that I do? I have no idea. Strange lines of behavior. Boop. Families file $1 billion lawsuit against OpenAI over the Tumblr Ridge fucking shooting. Did OpenAI have something to do with that? I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Like, I have no reason to, like, deny that's the case or whatever. Like, I definitely believe that that probably, like, OpenAI may have had some kind of, like, responsibility with what happened in terms of the Tumblr Ridge shooting. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, but, like, I guess I was curious. Like, what did OpenAI do? Like, what they do? What did they do? What did they do? What does he do? So what am I doing here? Right, okay, so we're trying to heat this shit back up so we get more emery. Right. And the problem that we have, maybe a little low on alum. And we get more alum from these things. Yes. Should fuel me for a little chunk. Should be fine. Alright, that's a good chunk of alum. And we're waiting for this dumbass thing to heat up again. Putingus. Why are you Pepe posting? Putis. How do I sound? Are my audio levels good? Am I coming through good? Waiting for someone to show up so I can test. Is good for you. Perfect. Now, I'm going to do a little bit of an experiment. How about now? How do I sound now? Because that panel show I went on fucked with my audio levels for some reason. I don't know why. Lower and far. Okay. Cool. How about now? How's this sound? Just want to finagle with my numbers here a little bit. Better. Okay, how about this? Is this good? About the same? Okay. And now? How's this? Like the first time. Okay. Because that's what I was going back to. Was the first time... What would you say is the best? In your opinion. What level? First. Okay. Let me experiment a little more. How about this? How does this sound? Too loud? Too whatever? Or what? Sounds the same. Okay. Seems like I peaked a little bit. I'm gonna stick with 15 then. I think 15 is the best. Okay. Waiting on you. Road's calling. Puta. I sound fine? Okay. Did I have gotten what I needed then out of all this? Lovely. That's perfect. El putius maximum exusifus. Alright. Like I said before, we do kind of need to get started because of the amount of volume of stuff that we need to talk about is. Which is a lot. Okay, bye. Get out of here, putungus. Okay, bye, puto. Imagine being an adult and having to work. SMH my head. Glorp. Yeah, we're glorp. We're glorping. We're glorping. All right. Click this. Get this. Alright, let's go over this fucking jabroni. Alright, let's get started. So, I came across this video, and I think I've heard about it from somewhere else. I don't remember where exactly, but I heard about this video somewhere else, and I thought to myself, well, I'm curious. What is our dude who looks like a dollar store fucking wizard trying to say about video games are not for men anymore? Okay. Like, what do we mean exactly by that? Like, they're not being explicitly advertised to men anymore? Like, is bro upset that video games are not being, sort of, I don't know, explicit and they're, like, pandering to men now or something? Like, I'm a little confused. Like, I can make some, okay. I can make some fucking guesses, to be quite honest here. Probably what this culture vulture or fucking weirdo is probably going to say. He's probably going to be upset about the fact that, I don't know, like video games are gay or something and they're pushing like a message, maybe like DEI or something. I have no fucking idea. Like, you know, I'm just throwing some stuff out there. I'm just, you know, just taking some guesses. I'm just a little curious. Why don't we take a look at this?
Hello, I'm the real-life fake wizard. A research and consulting firm called Ampere Analysis just presented a study claiming that female Female players are, quote, an overlooked opportunity for growth in the gaming industry. Their senior analyst, Katie Holt, stood up at a conference and told a room full of executives that women make up 48% of all gamers, that the industry is leaving money on the table, and that studios should be developing new types of content, including romance, lifestyle, cooking, travel, and fashion-themed games paired with puzzle and simulation games in order to attract women who do not currently play any video games at all. Now, if you were sitting there thinking...
I mean, you know, corporation going to corporation, they're going to try to appeal to, well, highest common... not highest common denominator. It's not accurate to say, but the most amount of people in order to make, well, a lot of fucking money, right? I mean, that's kind of the point, right? Like, duh. I don't know. It's one of those. It's what. Is it? Are we going to be like in a situation where I'm just going to be like, yeah? I mean, a corporation, like they're going to want to make as much money as possible because it's kind of what they exist to do. I mean, duh. Am I okay? I guess I'm just gonna make like a quick prediction right now. It's like, am I gonna be saying constantly throughout the entirety of this video where I'm just like, okay, what exactly is like the problem with this, right? Like, okay, yes, companies want to appeal to the largest amount of people on the planet, so then they can just buy their products. I mean, that's kind of just how it works. They're real life fake wizard. I don't know why he puts the getup on. I'm gonna be quite honest here, but whatever. Scuffed version of Gandalf the Grey over here, but yeah. I mean, like, could we make like an argument, maybe more so to like a lot of these like puzzle cooking games or whatever? Could we say that they're like patronizing to women? I mean, sure, you can make that argument. I'm partial to that position. I have like no problem with just like saying that that's the case. Yeah, sure, absolutely. Because there's plenty of, like, I don't know, girls who like to play day Call of Duty and day Warzone or whatever the fuck that's considered to be, like, quote-unquote, male-oriented video games, right? I mean, like, listen, people are complicated, and listen, people are going to want to comment to the most common denominator when it comes to, like, their products consistently when it comes to corporations. Like, I mean, duh. Yeah, it's kind of duh. I don't know.
Gee, attracting females that don't play games at all? Well, that sounds awfully familiar, doesn't it? You're right. This is not exactly new. We've heard the data from different consulting firms, different analysts, different conferences for the better part of the last decade, maybe even more. We need more women in gaming. Women are underrepresented. Women make up half of the gaming populace now. And all of those claims are coming from people who are not giving you the full picture, and they're coming from a place of bias and prerogative. Every single time a studio has taken those claims seriously, the results have been...
Wait, bias and prerogative? So, like, are women all of a sudden not half the population? Well, that's news to me. I had no idea that women are no longer half the population. Hallelujah! Men have won. Men. Or something. I don't know.
Catastrophic. Not for the consulting firm, of course. They got paid and they get to sail into the sunset to spread...
Okay, so I know this guy is putting a bunch of footage of Suicide Squad. The, whatever the fuck. It's the Suicide Squad game that performed terribly. I'm pretty sure that, like, every sort of, like, analyst has come out and said the reason why that game performed terribly is because there was just not, like, the marketplace for it or whatever. Like, it was just released in sort of a position where it's just like no one really wanted this. People were expecting something else from the game, and they got like live action like slop instead. And no, everyone was just like, brother, ew. We didn't want live action like slop dreck. We wanted something else entirely. And that's what a lot of people were generally speaking like disappointed with in particular. People were just like, yeah, we're totally not fucking down with like the direction that this game was going. And that's mostly, I think, the biggest problem I think with that game in particular was the fact that it was slated to go in a particular direction, but it went into like the complete opposite, and everyone was just like, oh god. Because a lot of these like anti-woke types will claim that Suicide Squad, or the Suicide Squad game, didn't perform well because it was looking to put out a particular message or whatever the fuck. How dare they kill the Justice League? A bunch of like ragtag fucking villains or whatever, even though it's like something that happens in the comics all the time, but whatever. I'm not a comics expert, but I'm pretty sure that's a thing that they do sometimes. It's a multiverse. Any hypothetical scenario is possible. Yada, yada, yada. Who really gives a shit about that in particular? a lot of these people, broadly speaking, use, I think, this game in particular, right, the Suicide Squad game, I don't remember the full name of it, to just, like, do their very, very annoying, like, vice signaling about, like, how, quote-unquote, anti-woke they are. And it's always the same thing, and it's always very, very dumb and annoying.
More divisive rhetoric, but for the studios, the developers, and the actual paying customers, they'll watch franchises get dismantled in pursuit of an audience that doesn't exist. The data reported by Ampere Analysis is troubling. There is evidence of sexism for both men and women in this data, and should any executive take this information seriously, it paints a picture where there will be even fewer new video games that are made for men.
Okay.
Today's indie game shoutout is Environmental Station Alpha, an action-adventure platformer with a retro aesthetic and heavy emphasis on exploration. In the game, the player controls a robot sent to investigate a mysterious abandoned space station with the mission to find out what exactly took place there. To find out more about this and hundreds of other indie games, visit our free indie game discovery network, fakeportal.com, or scan the QR code on your screen. Now,
I think that's nice.
Let's start with the headline figure here. 48% of gamers are women. It sounds like near parity, doesn't it? It sounds like men and women play games in almost equal numbers. Well, let me tell you what the number actually means. That 48% includes everyone. Every single person who plays anything on any device. Your aunt playing Candy Crush on her iPad while watching Jeopardy? She's in that number. Your mom playing Royal Match on her phone during her lunch break? She's in that number. Is someone who downloaded Wordle once in 2022 and forgot about it? They're probably...
Okay, so is Candy Crush not a game? Is Wordle no longer a game? Are these no longer games or something? Okay, I've seen this fucking argument before. It's about as low IQ and stupid, okay? It's just... We're doing, like, fucking gatekeeping slop trek for, like, what exactly? I don't know. To not have women play more games or something? Like, is Candy Crush not a fucking gamified, like, match 3 fucking game or something? Or what? Like, I don't understand what is the point of this fucking argument already. Like, why are we doing this? Like, here, my position I've had before on this is relatively fucking simple. If you're someone who likes to play video games as, like, a hobby or what have you, you're a gamer. Like, it's really not that fucking difficult, right? Why does it matter the type, an archetype of game in particular that you play to consider yourself, like, I don't know, quote-unquote, a fucking gamer? Well, it's because a lot of these people are, like, elitist fucking snobs. And they don't actually care about people getting interested in, like, say, a particular medium or whatever. Like, for a lot of these people, they project, like, this very, very strange social stigma upon video games, saying, like, this used to be a vestige of my, like, I don't know, like, strange, insecure, like, predilections, and it's being subverted by, like, women in games or whatever the fuck, and I don't like that. Yeah, and it's just like, okay, bro, like, you're goofy. I mean, like, what else is there to really say besides, like, this is the fucking stupidest shit on the planet if you're, I don't know, having a fucking conniption about the fact that, oh, mobile games are being counted for, like, video games that are being fucking played by women, and here is a way for executives to try to pander to more of, like, a larger select fucking audience. Like, it's like, I mean, that's not a technically incorrect argument. That is a thing you can say. You can just be like, here's a way to appeal to more people to try to get them to buy more games. Because, I don't know, do women not have money anymore to be able to purchase, like, I don't know, products that they may enjoy? Maybe they'll get into fucking gaming. You don't fucking know, right? Like, by the way, for a lot of these, like, suggestions made by these consultants, they don't have to be followed through 100% of the time. And very, very, very often, they're not really being followed through. Like, I mean, it depends on exactly, like, what the game is or what the fucking goal is or whatever. But a lot of these, like, people, generally speaking, for whatever reason, make it seem like it's a more nefarious plot for what exactly? I don't know. Like, to make it such that gaming is, like, for the women now. It's like, now we have to have our, like, stupid, like, proverbial, like, treehouse club where it says no girls allowed or some shit. I've always found this to be, like, very, very strange.
In that number. These are counted the same as someone who put 2,000 hours into Elden Ring or plays Highguard every single night after work.
Okay.
Rare breed you Highguard players are. And the study itself reveals their own data contradicts the headline. When respondents were given a list of 52 console and PC games, only 3 games had more female players than male. Animal Crossing, The Sims 4, and Roblox. That's it. On mobile, 13 out of 50 games skewed female. So the data is actually telling you that women are overwhelmingly concentrated in mobile and casual gaming, which is a market that already exists alive and well and is already being served by thousands of games and billions of dollars in revenue. But see, that doesn't make for a good presentation at a conference. Hey, executives, the market is functioning as expected. Yeah, that doesn't sell consulting contracts. So instead, you take the 48% number, you slap it on a slide, and you tell a room full of corporate decision makers that they're missing out on, what is it, 922 million females? Every suit in that room will get dollar signs in their eyes. Cha-ching! I've talked about things like this.
Welcome to capitalism, buddy. You've learned it. I feel like I know exactly what the argument this guy is referring to, and I feel like he's like talking a bunch of like blowing a bunch of smoke up people's asses, basically, right? Like I'm like 95% certain that he's full of shit, right? I don't remember exactly the fucking article that this comes from, right? But they're not being exactly accurate with their fucking numbers here, right? Or rather, they're trying to present like a sort of argument or a position that's just like, that's not exactly true, which is very, very standard for this fucking jabroni, or this type of jabroni, rather.
This before on this channel. These analytics firms lump mobile gaming in with console and...
Okay. Why is this so fucking small? Can we get like a bigger version of this? Okay, you know what? Fine. I will do this guy's job for him. Why are we making the fucking graph so small? Why are we making it so difficult to read on purpose? Let me fucking try to find this shit. Okay, so this is the article itself from Ampere, right? Let's see. This is the reasons for people not fucking gaming. Okay. Let me take a look through this data. Reasons for not gaming. Percentage of non-gamers. I wonder if there's more stuff here. Probably not. I don't think so. This is for males and females. About the same for I don't enjoy. About the same for I don't have enough time. Too expensive. Don't like the culture around it. Hard to find games that don't suit my interests. I don't enjoy interactive or cooperative activities. That they're antisocial. It's actually higher for women on that one, which I find to be particularly interesting because women are seen as more social creatures. I find it too complicated find gaming too complicated or hard to understand. I guess in terms, it depends on the ages of the population, because I'm assuming this is probably like a general sort of data set in terms of like, genders and ages and range of all that stuff, right? I'm concerned about violence such inappropriate content in games. I would try but don't know how to get started. That's totally fair. There's a lot of video games out there. So for the most part, like, this data is pretty normal. I mean, more men don't have enough time to play video games, which I find very, very interesting. I mean, there's nothing, like, particularly, like, strange here, right? Like, I don't think the premise of the article is exactly incorrect here. Not article. Presentation. Like, what Katie here is presenting is exactly inaccurate. Because this is the same individual that they talked about before, right? This Katie Holt individual. The image they used was very, 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 very similar, right? I think. Let me double check.
Up half of the gaming populace now. Prerogative. They got paid and they get to say, "Oh, watch franchise doubling." Heavy and fine figure. 48% of gamers are. Let me tell you what the number actually means. That 48% includes everyone. Every single person who plays anything on any device. Your aunt playing Candy Crush on her iPad while watching Jeopardy? She's in that number. Your mom playing Royal Match on her phone during her lunch break? She's in that number. Is someone who downloaded Wordle once in 2022 and forgot about it? They're probably in that number. These are counted the same as someone who put 2,000 hours into Elden Ring or plays Highguard every single night after work. Rare breed you Highguard players are. And the study itself reveals their own data contradicts female players than male. Animal Crossing, The Sims 4, and Roblox. That's it. On mobile, 13 out of 50 games skewed female. So the data is actually telling you that women are overwhelmingly concentrated in mobile and casual gaming, which is a market that already exists alive and well and is already being served by thousands of games and billions of dollars in revenue. But see, that doesn't make for a good presentation at a conference. Hey, executives, the market is functioning as expected. Yeah, that doesn't sell consulting contracts. So instead, you take the 48% number, you slap it on a slide, and you tell a room full of corporate decision makers that they're missing out on, 922 million females? Every suit in that room will get dollar signs in their objectives.
Oh, here we go. So here, yeah, this is the exact same individual here, right? Who has also presented this data, which has some... I mean, in terms of, like, people who don't play video... I guess this individual just does, like, research into this, like, particular sort of category or something, where they take a look at how to bring more people into gaming, because consultant, I assume, or whatever, right? Overlooked growth opportunity. Why is the gaming industry ignoring millions of female players? And this is like the same thing that they probably presented in like a more summarized context, or like in a presentable sort of context, at like a room of executives or something, right? And I mean, the data is pretty fucking evident here. I mean, for the most part, it's like same amongst the fucking sexes for the most part. Like, I'm a little confused here. Like, I just don't understand. Like, what is the point of, like, bringing up the, like, sort of weird gatekeepy sort of bullshit here? This is an article from, what, the 5th of, given the fucking format here, right? I think it's day, month, yeah, so it's, I guess for over here, it's, year, month, day. Yeah, year, month, day. Don't know why the fuck it's the other way around, where it's, I think it's month, day, year. Sure, so we'll, probably not month. Day, month, year. So what, this would be March 5th? This would be about, like, a week after? So she wrote this, like, small article here, presenting the actual data, and then put it in a more sort of, like, presentable format right here. Here's the exact article. Right? That's, like, literally it. I'm a little fucking confused. So she's like, okay, so this person just wants to have more women in fucking gaming so people can make more money or whatever. It's like, okay, sure, man. I don't know, like, I still don't really understand what is exactly the point of, like, doing this sort of, female gamers are more prevalent on casual devices but are outnumbered on dedicated devices, which means they don't have PCs, right? They don't have PCs or consoles, generally speaking, right? They're going to have a phone, because everyone's got a fucking phone. So they're going to be more likely to play phone games on their phones. So does that not make them a gamer or whatever? Like, most dudes who have, like, big-ass fucking rigs don't really play games competitively. They're also casual gamers. The casual, generally speaking, is going to be the most, like, represented slice of the pie, right? Just like how this guy apparently is saying that the jabroni who has like 2,000 fucking hours within Elden Ring is being counted the same as someone who barely just plays any video games. It's like, buddy, if we want to talk about people who are a rare fucking breed, that's a rare fucking breed right there. Deborah playing like Candy Crush on her fucking goddamn phone is way more fucking common in comparison to some fucking Elden Ring autist or Souls fan or whatever the fuck playing a Souls-like game for, like, how long is it? Like 2,000 fucking hours is used in this particular example. Like, there's a population that is way, way more fucking representative in terms of the overall, like, a constituency of, like, consumers in comparison to, well, you know, if we want to do, like, comparisons for as to who consumes more games, who's going to play more games, maybe not, like, more often, but who is someone who's going to, in terms of, like, population, right? It's going to be the casual gamer who just, like, opens up their fucking phone to play some random mobile game instead of, like, jabronis who have, like, 2,000 hours in fucking Elden Ring or whatever. Like, the casual is the person who's going to have way, way more hours in a fucking game. Or not hours in a game, are going to be a larger fucking population of people to sort of, like, draw in order to be able to, like, sell games to.
gaming in with console and PC, and then act shocked when the demographics look different than what publishers see in their actual sales data. Female Candy Crush players who spend their afternoons going to brunch with the gals and then go home and watch Keeping Up with the Kardashians are not in the same bucket as the sweaty pro gamer who's been playing World of Warcraft for 19 years. These two are not the same. They have never been.
This is very fucking weird. I don't think that argument is being made in the article, to be honest. Like, is that what is being said or something? Like, I'm a little confused here. Are people saying that these people are the same? No, it's just like a demographic that you can advertise to. It's just like I said before, the demographic of a Deborah playing Candy Crush for like, I don't know, a couple minutes or like maybe like an hour every day or something. Maybe not even an hour. Maybe like 20 minutes a day or some shit. That's going to be a more common demographic to go to instead of the dude who fucking grinds out Elden Ring or has like 2,000 hours in fucking Elden Ring. Like, it's just a fact.
The same, but pretending they're the same is how you manufacture a narrative about an untapped market. Katie Holt, the analyst presenting this, actually said that there is a subset of female non-gamers who, quote, lack the education around how to play these games and what content is out there. Her solution to this alleged problem...
I mean, I don't think that's exactly an inaccurate statement. Is it like can we say like optically speaking it's presented in a sexist manner? I mean, sure, you can make that argument, but if I were to go to my mom right now and try to get her to play, like, StarCraft or some shit, or Factorio, or whatever the fuck, right? She's gonna be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what is this? And she'll get confused and not want to play because this game is very, very complicated, and she's just, like, not interested in that. Like, that's just how it is. I think it's just kind of normal. Okay.
Problem is, quote, entry-level content that is appropriate. Let's read that again. A research firm just told the games industry that women are too uneducated to understand video games and that the studios need to make...
No, it's not saying that. It's saying that women are... It's not that they're fucking uneducated. That's a bit of a fucking stretch. It's a leap in logic right there, but taken by this Dollarama version of Gandalf the Grey. It's not what's being said there. It's essentially saying that there is a barrier to entry that exists within gaming that makes it harder for your fucking Deborah who plays Candy Crush every 20 fucking goddamn minutes a day or some shit to be able to get into, like, other gaming titles, right? And what the article is suggesting is here's a way to be able to try to get more of these women into fucking gaming. And by the way, with the graph that I went over already, where is it? Here. Yeah, with this graph right here, it shows that this is not necessarily like a male or like not necessarily like a female sort of problem. It's pretty fucking consistent for a lot of the reasonings for as to why people don't get into fucking gaming, right? Like it's really, really fucking strange to me. Yeah, hardcore. Yeah, I can't believe that hardcore gamers are being put in the same box as casual gamers. This is essentially what this fucking jabroni is saying here, Armor and Quills. When the casual gamer, again, because we're talking about a corporation here that wants to make a profit, they're going to want to appeal to the largest demographic. Why? Because of the fact that they want to make money, so they want people buying their fucking game. Like Doi, so they're going to appeal to the larger demographic to try to get them into the fucking, environment or the community or what have you in order to get them to start playing fucking video games. Like, this is just kind of off. This is, again, capitalism 101, but fucking budget store Gandalf the Grey doesn't get that.
Simpler, easy content to accommodate them. They're saying women need their hands held, they need training wheels, and can't handle what's already on the shelves. See, the specificity here is in the word how. Lack the education around how to play these games. Chat, how do we learn how to play Bloodborne? Oh, what's that? Get good? Figure it out? How do we learn how to play Halo? Play the campaign, maybe?
Well, again, like, okay, this is the fucking problem, dumbass. Like, most people are not going to want... Okay, if I strap my fucking casual ass, like, IRL friends into my chair and I make it so that they can't leave at all whatsoever in order to play Factorio, I tell them, here, figure out how to make a rocket so we can leave this fucking planet. You know what they're gonna do? They're gonna tell me to go fuck myself. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you do that? Because, again, like, different strokes for different folks. Like, this is how it is. Like, I'm very, very fucking confused here. This is strange.
How do we learn how to play Call of Duty? play Call of Duty. I think all of these are pretty simple. And in the same way, let's see, for an example, I'm not good at Bloodborne, which I'm not. I'm not good at Souls-like games. Should Bloodborne or any Souls game need to adjust itself down to entry-level content that is appropriate in order to cater to me? Well, no, because then it wouldn't be Bloodborne anymore, or Halo, or Call of Duty. You can't have it both ways.
Wait, this is a fucking retarded fucking argument. This is such a terrible fucking argument. Why would you make this argument? There's already a casual fucking difficulty in Halo. Hello? What, do you think, like, Halo has a preset difficulty? No, the fuck it doesn't. It has 4 different difficulties. And I've been over the argument again before with Bloodborne before. I don't have a problem with, like, an accessibility option for people who want, like, a more casual experience with fucking Bloodborne. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think that's an issue whatsoever. If people want to have, like, Bloodborne on an easier mode because they just want to, like, experience the game or whatever, experience, like, I don't know, whatever story exists in, like, Bloodborne or Souls-like games, because there is a story, right? It takes, like, more of a backseat, and it's more, like, esoteric and ridiculous. Not ridiculous, but it's more, like, esoteric and difficult to fucking interpret, then that's fine. Like, whatever. If someone just wants to take in the environment and just be like, oh, I think this game looks really, really nice for whatever reason, I think that's, like, fine. Like, who gives a shit? Like, why do you care about this? That's the ultimate fucking question that I would have. It's like, okay, why does that matter? Why do you care? It's a very strange thing I find to sort of, like, for people to fucking complain about.
You can't stand at a podium and say women are silently crushing it in Fortnite lobbies, and then in the next breath, say they need entry-level experiences. Those are two completely different people. Their study needs...
I don't think anyone is saying that, to be honest. Like, who is saying that? Who says this? Very strange.
Both to be true because both support the, quote,
close.
untapped market conclusion. One of those people is already a gamer. The other has no interest in games. But this study wants developers to make non-gamers into gamers. One inflates the size of the opportunity. The other justifies the product recommendations. It's an...
Welcome to fucking capitalism, fucknut. You fucking idiot. Welcome to the current economic system that we exist under. Corporations want to make money, and so they're going to want to appeal to more people so they can make money. Oh my god. It's inconceivable.
Intellectually dishonest. And then we get to the genre recommendations. A little condescending with this one. Ampere's TV and film research shows that women gravitate toward romance, drama, and lifestyle content. Things like cooking, travel, and fact.
That's not really a condescension. I think, like, if you think that's a condescension, it's because of the current society that we have right now that has fit in women to essentially be, quote-unquote, like, the caregivers, to be the ones in the, shall we say, proverbial kitchen making the fucking same. Like, fucking Wizard over here, you're a fucking gamer, right? What, have you never said to a woman, like, shut up and go make me a sandwich or something? That's very, very woke of you. I'm very surprised.
Ampere's recommendation is to take those preferences and pair them with puzzle, simulation, and adventure games. Think about what that means. They took data about what women watch on television, which is a completely passive medium, and decided that's what women must want in an interactive medium. A woman watches a cooking show on Netflix. Therefore, she wants a cooking game. This is a big logical leap, and the entire recommendation framework from this company is built upon it. You're not asking...
Why are you posting, then, gameplay of Cooking Mama, which is a popular fucking cooking-based game? Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Isn't Sims also incredibly fucking popular? Again, this doesn't make any fucking sense. That's like saying you're not a real gamer unless you play tabletop games. There's no real reason to artificially exclude categories like that. Yeah, like, I mean, it's like I said. Okay, I should have been not surprised. I mean, this dude's just doing exclusion for, like, what purpose exactly? Maybe he's just mad about the fact that, I don't know, women want to play fucking video games or something. Like, again, I'm trying to, like, see, like, what exactly is the problem here? Like, I'm failing to see what the issue is here. It's like, okay, women do be playing video games or something. They play the types of video games that they like or something. Like, what is the issue here? What's the problem? And so far, I'm failing to really see a problem.
Female gamers what they want. This company looked at what women watch and just assumed the rest. Well, guess what, chuds? That is stereotyping on behalf of this company. That's not very...
That's fucking how these statistical analyses go. Like, that's the fucking data set that they were mostly pulling from. Like, are they able to pull from... I don't know, like a collection of video games that that are on a bunch of women's like Steam libraries. Like, were they able to do that? Is that what you want or something? Like, it doesn't. Like, I'm confused here. Like, oh, people are going to look at people's media preferences and see like, oh, this person has this preference to this kind of media, so therefore maybe they'd like a game about it or something. Like, I feel like this is really, really fucking simple, and this guy just wants to be like purposefully obtuse for like what reason exactly? I don't know. Like, maybe there was like a Stacy in his life who said, "Fuck you, you're a weirdo," and decided to pick Chad or Tyrone over his goofy looking Dollarama Gandalf the Grey look ahead ass.
Very progressive of you, marketing research firm. I'm not sure women like being reduced down to romance novels and cooking shows, and then that being called insight. This entire study is talking about a target market that I'm calling the unicorn audience. If you get them to buy your product, all of your wildest dreams will come true. However, they don't exist. This audience is not really there, and yet corporate executives and their consulting firms have convinced themselves this imaginary customer base does exist. An audience that looks nothing like the people who actually buy games or plays games, but has all the—
Okay, wait, hold on. You're inherently fucking debunking yourself here, you fucking troglodyte. This person is a fucking consultant. Their purpose is to consult. This person's purpose is to go into a fucking boardroom of executives and say, here is my argument for how you can potentially increase your market cap. Here's a way you can fucking potentially appeal to a new fucking demographic that's large and has a lot of people in here who also have a bunch of money. They don't have to follow the advice if they don't want to. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, this is incredibly fucking stupid. Very, very dumb.
This theoretical disposable income they're just waiting to spend if only studios made different products. Ampere says there's a 4%—
Again, this is like the same argument that I had with fucking gay marriage, right? Gay marriage, very, very often, like, the reason why it even like Obergefell v. Hodges even went through with a lot of corporate support from the beginning is because corporations made the realization that, hey, gay people also have money as well. Why don't we also try to advertise to them? Because it's all about the fucking Benjamins in the end. Fucking real life fake wizard, whatever the fuck your dumbass name actually is, or some shit. Like, people have money, and people are going to want to send money on products that they like. And corporations want to appeal to people to try to get that money. Very, very strange. Yeah, I feel like this dude probably would explode or have like his head explode if he learned how many like femmes played New Vegas. It's a good point there, Armor and Quills.
Gap between male and female gamers. Across their survey markets, that represents roughly 93 million fewer female gamers than male. Now that sounds humongous, right? That's the number they want executives to fixate on. There's 93 million potential customers out there? No way. Except the study also says that 47% of female non-gamers would never consider playing video games at all. So right away, you've cut your, quote, opportunity almost in half. You're down to about 49 million, and up—
I mean, if we're looking at this, at the charts here, it's not that much different for male gamers. Right? For like, why would you bring up this fucking article again? Because guess what? We could just take a look at the fucking article. It's about the same for men and women. I think he just doesn't want women to play games. I'm starting to come to this fucking conclusion. I think our scuffed version of a fucking D&D character over here, it just doesn't want women to get into fucking video games.
Of the remaining 53%, how many gave a polite answer on your survey? Yeah, see, we have to remember here that all of this data came from surveys where they were asking questions. If given the option of why you don't play video games—
Wait, that's how you gather data? You conduct surveys and ask questions. That's how that... Okay, whatever.
Which is a better answer? The gamer chud community is toxic, or I just don't care about video games? We don't actually know, because this is a generalized survey, and it's generalized data. 46,000 respondents self-report answering questions about their habits and preferences. Except, there is decades of market research showing—
Wait, but is this the argument that this is even making? Talking about the gamer chuds? Like, what are you talking about here? Hello? Are we even talking about, like, the experienced gamer? Are we? Is that the fucking topic over here? Fucking scuffed ass dipshit over here? Like, this is so weird. Very, very strange.
that consumers are terrible at predicting their own behavior and therefore give really bad survey answers. If people tell you that they're eating...
Wait, how do you fucking know that? That gets accounted for in terms of statistical analysis, you fucking dumbass. That gets accounted for. That's how it works. If people give a bad answer to a fucking question, that gets fucking considered in the overall fucking analysis. That's kind of the point, dipshit.
Eating healthier in a survey, but then as soon as the survey's over, they're going out to the store to buy a box of Frosted Flakes. Let's also note there is no conversion funnel data in this study. There is no evidence that building romance-themed puzzle simulation hybrids actually turns a woman who doesn't play video games at all into a woman who does. Everything this study reports is purely speculation. Now, you want to talk about education...
Wow, so, like, a lot of fucking studies that get conducted? A lot of them tend to report on fucking speculation? That a lot of it is speculative? And that additional fucking, I don't know, data collection and evidence is necessary to come to a conclusion about this? Like, I don't even know if this... I'm assuming this is probably, like, a preliminary study or something, right? Just to, like, you know, throw something to... Because, again, fucking consultant here, right? A consultant who does analysis into stuff. That's kind of the purpose of being a consultant here, Scuff Gandalf the Grey. You analyze things and you say, like, oh, here's how a thing, like, here's a potential untapped market that you can potentially get access to right here through all this data and evidence that we may have from all these fucking surveys with this big ass fucking survey. If a company wants to follow through with that, they can follow through with that if they want to. Like, this is how it is, right? To say that this is like a quote-unquote unicorn audience is very fucking stupid. I mean, we have a bunch of differing studies saying that, certain amount of women play video games in comparison to that of men. There's already been a bunch of these studies done before, and this is just another fucking consultant who's just saying, like, hey, here's another study that says, like, hey, maybe we can try to appeal more and more to women in order to try to start playing video games and stuff like that. Like, I'm still failing to see, like, what exactly is the issue here.
Right? And ease of access to gaming. These non-gamer women are people in developed economies already. They have smartphones. They have access to every gaming platform on Earth. Game Pass ads are everywhere. And everything's in Xbox, which means you have access to gaming everywhere. Steam is free to download, and it is a massive platform. Lots of non-gamer girls know what this sound means. And gaming has been a mainstream cultural force for decades.
What the fuck was that? Like, what? The fuck was that? Was that like a oven timer beep or something? Hello? Okay, bro. Like, very pathetic attempt at misogyny here or something? Like, it's very, very weird.
These women have been exposed to the existence of video games their entire lives, and they still haven't bought in. This is not a lack of access problem.
How do you know that exactly, right? Like, you don't really know why a lot of these women don't want to necessarily play games or whatever. Could be, like, an issue in terms of what they feel interested in engaging with. Maybe they just don't want to, for example, I don't know, build a $2,000 fucking rig or whatever the fuck. And just, again, it's more easier and convenient to use the fucking phone. Like, different strokes for different folks. Like, I'm still failing to see what exactly is the problem here, and I think this dude just wants to gatekeep for the sake of gatekeeping. Like, that's really the conclusion I'm coming to.
Problem, as these researchers want to claim. It's not an affordability issue. It's not an awareness problem. The study says so itself.
I mean, like, just mostly a lot of people just don't want to, they just don't enjoy playing video games, right? Or they just don't have the time. A bunch of people are saying it's an affordability issue. Like, it's about 10% for both men and women. So, again, it just depends. It just depends.
The barriers aren't money or time. These women just don't want to play video games. So if I'm to get this right, Ampere...
I mean, again, like, that's not even the case. And again, like, I don't know why this guy didn't show this fucking graph in particular, but this blows him out of the fucking water. Like, it's about even. About 40% and, like, 34%. So what? This is, like, I'd say, like, 38% to 34% of men and women they just don't like playing video games. That's not a massive difference. Like, I'm going to be quite honest. That's a pretty minuscule difference.
Is actually recommending that studios change their products to match the preferences of people who don't buy the products. Question, in what other industry would that survive a board meeting? You should be laughed out of the room.
It's a fucking consultancy firm, fucking moron. It's suggesting that, yes, about 2/3 of this fucking 47% or something like what? 47% say they may never consider playing gaming. Although apparently this data over here is not contradicts that apparently or something. But whatever. I mean, you can talk about that more. It's just like there's still probably a large group of them, right? That's still about 50%. That's a lot of fucking people, right? 50% of, the population, and another 50% of that's 25% of the population. That's a lot of fucking people there. Scuffed Gandalf the Grey, like, that's a lot of people that you can appeal to buy your fucking products. Okay.
This is like going to Porsche and saying people who don't buy sports cars prefer minivans, and then concludes that Porsche should start making minivans. You're abandoning the market that is itching to give you money to chase a unicorn that isn't there. The games women love weren't built this way. Every game that has successfully...
This is a really shitty fucking argument, by the way.
...attracted a massive female audience did so by accident, historically speaking. It did not come from a consulting firm's demographic playbook. In fact, historically, by following the advice of these consulting firms, brands that are 10 and 20 years old are routinely put in the ground. No, games that have female players didn't get those players with consulting or TV viewing preferences or pandering to specific genres. It was simply by having excellent games. The Sims was not built because EA commissioned a study about what women want. Animal Crossing was not designed to target women. It just happened to resonate with women, and there was a pandemic during the era of the game's last release, putting the game to the forefront of available options to entertain one's time while still indoors. Stardew Valley was one guy in his bedroom for 4 years making the game he personally wanted to play, and it happened to sell over 30 million copies with a massive female player base. Baldur's Gate 3 has an enormous female audience. Larian built an absurdly deep RPG with genuine narrative consequence, real romantic complexity, and characters that felt like actual people. Women and men alike showed up in droves. This study is pitching the opposite of how every success story in this space has actually worked. Great games attract diverse audiences. Demographically engineered products attract no one, and no one wants them. Who actually benefits from this?
Okay. That's like a yes and no. It kind of depends, right? Again, this is a consultant who's just trying to get, again, like, executives to buy in on her fucking consultancy. That's kind of the point. And so she's going to present a fucking argument. The suggestion here that this dude is basically saying is that there's an ulterior sort of purpose that's being made here. But again, like I've said before, if the company doesn't want to follow that advice, they can just not follow the advice. And some do, some don't, right? A lot of those games either flop or do well, right? You have no fucking idea. But to say that it's just all this analysis that should be like thrown out of the pram just inherently because of the fact that it's a bunch of analysis that is being done, I think is fucking stupid and ridiculous. Like, this is silly. Like, again, what exactly is the issue that this motherfucker is having?
Study. Ampere Analysis is a consulting firm. They sell insights and advisory services to entertainment companies. That's how they make their money. A study that says everything is fine, your current audience is being well served, keep doing what you're doing, folks, doesn't generate new clients. Nor does a study that says serve your current audience better draw headlines, especially at a time when the video game industry has made it clear they actively hate and detest their current audiences that do buy products. Every exec...
Do they though? Like, do they? I'm a little. I question that, right? Like, it depends. It's not very, very black and white like you're suggesting here. It's a little more complicated than that. Like, again, I don't know how many times this needs to be said, but differing sort of policies are going to be adopted by certain people for particular purposes, right? Like, someone is going to be like, oh, personally, I think we should do X, Y, and Z because of A, B, and C. And some people are going to follow through with that analysis, and some people are not. That's how consultancy works, okay? Like, do you understand that? No, that's a rhetorical question. I don't think he understands that whatsoever. So certain companies are going to be like, we're going to do this thing because we feel like this thing's going to be the most effective to grab at this sort of like demographic audience or to whatever the fuck, right? Like, whatever. It doesn't really matter, right? Could be any particular reasonings whatsoever, right? And jabronis over here, like, I don't know, scuffed Gandalf the Grey over here are just going to be like, you shouldn't appeal or talk to these audiences for no reason because they're just like an audience that doesn't exist. I was like, well, how do you know that, right? Like, it's a consultancy firm. Like you said yourself, this is how they make their money. They need to get fees for consultancy. That's how it works. Okay? Like, You've accurately pointed out not the issue here, but like you've accurately pointed out what these companies exist to do to make money from consultancy fees. That's what they're supposed to do. And all of a sudden now it's like some highly nefarious, like, I don't know, like schizo project these people are sort of doing. Like, do people, broadly speaking, understand what I'm saying here? Like, I constantly, I'm failing to see exactly, like, what is the problem here. Like, a consultancy firm is going to do consultancy because they want money to be consultants. Like, duh. Okay, thank you for stating the obvious. Like, again, bro over here is trying to say that there is a more nefarious purpose to all of it, when in reality, not really. Like, let's be honest here. It's, again, a firm is going to talk about, like, hey, here's how we can make a bunch of money. Here's what we should do to make a bunch of money, or how we could potentially make a bunch of money. Here's what we should do, blah, 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 blah. And they'll try to advise a fucking board of executives to be like, hey, I have this idea, blah, 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 follow through with it. You can follow through with it if you want or not, yada, yada, yada. Because apparently this dude over here thinks like the corporation doesn't have any agency in this sort of, like, dichotomy or something for some reason. It's very, very strange to me.
Executive who reads a headline saying women are underserved in gaming will panic about missing growth and will become a potential Ampere customer. Do you know the complete study we're talking about here is paywalled? Yes, for posterity, if I was to get the complete research report we're talking about here, we would need to call them and pay for it. Our reporting in this video comes from an analysis of the research posted by Chris Scullion at VGC, and nobody reporting on this study is mentioning the fact this is a sales pitch designed to create negative buzz. Guys, we're literally talking about grifters here. They're taking the numbers at face value and...
Okay, this is coming from some dude who is definitely trying to fucking grift off of something that ultimately I don't think really means much of anything.
Running stories about how the industry needs to do better for women. This is a consulting firm selling a product, and that product is fear. Fear that you're leaving money on the table. Fear that your competitors will capture this audience first. And the way to overcome that fear, conveniently, is by hiring Ampere to tell you how to overcome the risk.
Welcome to fucking capitalism, dipshit. Oh my god, I feel like a lot of this like schizo nonsense this dipshit is like fear-mongering about, because he's fear-mongering himself right here as well. A lot of the shit that this dude's like, I don't know, like having a conniption about, like, you can very, very easily describe, like, a whole bunch of other fucking industries and corporations. It's like, dude, dog, this is just, welcome to capitalism. They exist to try to make fucking profit for them. Well, corporations exist to try to make profit for themselves. It's kind of like the shtick. That's what they do. That's what they exist to do. Again, like, still failing to see the problem here.
Look, here's where I want to land on this. The discussion around women in gaming has become so bastardized and so corporatized that it doesn't even resemble a real conversation anymore. On one side, you've got people who...
Buddy, you're not helping that situation.
...who genuinely hate the idea of women playing games at all. Those people are obviously short-sighted. However, on the other side, you've got consulting firms and corporate strategists using women as a prop to justify horrible business decisions. They don't actually care about women. And they certainly don't care about the men who made this industry what it is. I believe that part of this study is to incite controversy, to start some kind of new Gamergate-esque situation. But let's look at all the cards.
That's not how that... Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god. Of course, this guy doesn't understand how fucking Gamergate works. If you think that this is going to cause another Gamergate, you're fucking stupid. Like, you're just low IQ. You're an idiot. Yeah, you're just a fucking idiot if you think this is going to cause another fucking Gamergate. Like, really. Gamergate was fucking caused because of, well, unironically, Anita Sarkeesian's article going to, shall we say, some unintended fucking audiences, and it had unintended consequences. That's what she herself also said. And then the whole sort of like schizophrenic conniption that these quote-unquote gamers were having, because most of the people who were participating in Gamergate were not actual real gamers, but whatever. I don't think Scuffed Gandalf over here gives much of a shit about that at all, or I don't know, like Scuffed Dumbledore over here gives really any flying fucks about that whatsoever. Like, bro just could give less of a flying fuck about any of that shit. It's just like, no, bro, like, welcome to a corporation. Corporation go to corporation, they're gonna want to make a bunch of money. That's kind of what they exist to do. That's their primary form of existence. It's what they're supposed to do. Make a bunch of fucking goddamn money. Perpetuate themselves. In order to be able to do what exactly? You know, make more fucking product so they can continue to exist and make more profit for themselves. Like, Welcome to a corporation, dipshit. Like, you're complaining to the ether over basically fucking nothing. Like, this is incredibly fucking stupid. And if you, again, like I said before, if you think this is going to cause another Gamergate, you're just an idiot. Like, you're just stupid.
On the table, right? Today, there are more female protagonists leading AAA games than ever before. We have 10 and 20-year franchises having their male protagonists replaced with women hitting those quotas of representation. And besides...
Damn, I didn't know that God of War replaced Kratos with a woman. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? Is this even true, by the way? Like, that more and more, like, women protags are replacing male protags? Because now we're actually getting to I think, the main crux of his fucking position. He's just, I don't know, like, afraid that a bunch of men are being replaced by women as protagonists or something, when there's, like, is there really a giant trend of this happening? For some reason, I significantly fucking doubt that.
Besides that, there are overall significantly more women in gaming, and not just mobile gaming, and that's not because of companies altering their aim. Streaming and content creator culture has opened the floodgates and invited women in to the gaming sphere. Women come across games through social media and content creators and streamers, and eventually, lots of them want to try it out. That number grows yearly, every single time. Corporations take the advice of these consultancy firms as fact. The existing customers get burned. Developers lose their jobs, franchises die, and those same out-of-touch
this is such a fucking idiotic interpretation for as to why developers tend to lose their fucking jobs. No, the developers tend to lose their jobs because of a bunch of executives within games corporations having rather, shall we say, short-sighted ideas in terms of, like, what video games they want to produce. It's not because of, I don't know, one random, like, corporate consultancy firm saying, like, you know what, maybe we should appeal to more women in video games. That might not be a bad idea. It's like, I don't think that's the main reasoning, bro, for as to why a lot of people are being burnt from playing video games. It's fucking nonsense.
Executives who listened to the snake oil salesman research firms will look around and say, time for my golden parachute. I don't know when this industry is going to learn. Perhaps it never will. It probably won't. But you want to know how to make infinite money? Make good games. That's it. That is literally it. Make good games, and people will play them, and people will buy them. Men, women, everybody. You want people to buy your consoles? Make good games. You want more sales and more profits? Make good games. No, we don't want roadmaps. We don't want half-assed releases. We don't want $100 season passes that still don't cover all of the content. We just want to play good games, and you will make billions. Gamers go to work, they come home, and they sit with their wallets burning holes in their pockets, okay? Gamers are desperate to give you money. Like, it's mind-blowing how arrogant these video game industry idiots are, how out of touch these corporate fat cats are, that they genuinely will slurp up studies like this. Yes, we need to get wine moms.
Again, I don't understand, like, what corporate fat cat is slurping up this fucking study? Again, I'm failing to see what corporate fat cat is quote-unquote slurping up this fucking shit. Like, who? Who is agreeing with this? Again, like, as this dude said himself, he kind of inherently fucking debunked himself a little bit here. Like, bro, if people, for example, a lot of these, like, corporate executives want to follow this advice, they can follow the advice if they want to. No one is forcing them to have to follow this if they don't want to. Like, why am I having to make the sort of autonomy argument for fucking corporations here or something? Oh, because this dude says a bunch of, like, stupid fuck shit. Yeah, that's a good point there, Armor and Quills. Yeah, wine moms, famous for not having, like, any money. Like, it's stupid. It's just dumb.
That watch MILF Manor to buy PlayStations and play Elden Ring. That will please Miyazaki greatly. You suits are so stupid.
I don't think that they're trying to appeal, like, again, there's a reason why this fucking troglodyte keeps talking about, like, Miyazaki in fucking Souls-like games. That's not what they're talking about. Like, they're not looking to try to appeal to, like, people who play Souls-like games. This is nonsense. It's a straw man of the argument.
Until next time, my friends, create, innovate, inspire, and for the love of God, cancel Disney+. If this video brought you
dog shit fucking video, dog shit analysis from a scuffed fucking goddamn wizard. But then again, I shouldn't really expect anything less from some random fucking jabroni who unironically makes a bunch of fucking probable slop videos on the internet dressed up as a fucking dollar store version of a fucking wizard. Fucking stupid. There's, like, nothing to really glean from here. Again, as I've said before, Corporations, if they want to fucking follow the advice of Ampere, they can follow it if they want. This guy's not even being exactly accurate with a lot of his interpretations of the data here, so he's lying as well. And if they want to follow the advice, they can follow the advice. If not, then they won't. Like, it's really, really fucking stupid. Yes, that's a very good point, Armor and Quills. Yes, even in the space he's talking about, some of the top Dark Souls speedrunners are women. Yes, that's actually fucking true. So, again, like, it's just nonsense, right? Different strokes for different folks. Like, that's basically, honestly, if we want to just, like, wrap this up in a nice little neat bow, different strokes for different folks. People are going to be appealed to the content that they want to be fucking appealed to, right? Like, again, death of fucking subjectivity. This person is wholeheartedly incapable of being able to walk in the shoes of another person. He can't do it. It is anathema to his fucking being. So he has to, like, make all this, like, Drek slop, like, videos on his fucking dumbass YouTube channel talking about, like, the nefarious sort of, I don't know, like, consultancy firm that's looking to subvert the will of the gamer for what exactly? To appeal to fucking liberal wine moms or some shit. It's nonsense. It's conspiracism. It's fucking stupid. But then again, this dude's just nothing more than a dumbass fucking slop merchant. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Lovely. Hi, Shoe. Oh my god, it's ShoeOnHead. Oh my god, it's poo on head. I'm objectively one of the funniest people on the planet, and you will laugh at everything I say. So what's up, Armor and Quills? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, white woman jump scare. Sorry, the white women are here. We're gonna have to scare you. Alright, so you're gonna produce emery. That is your purpose. Probably going to need a lot of this stuff. Not the white women. Ah, fuck. Whites. Probably want at least another section of this. Perfect. Okay. So these all get filled with sulfuric acid. What the fucking cock and balls is this? Zane, aren't you supposed to be in Costa Rica? Lounging in the sun? What the hell are you doing here? What the hell is this shit? I am, and I'm sick. Oh well. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Well, shit, that's unfortunate. I hope you get better. Okay. All right, your purpose is to coal. Flint coal. This will be the coal belt. You're providing that heating. Yeah, have you gone to talk with any of them? Smile. Riz is up a supermodel. Listen, if you just autist post about Warframe, I believe you'll bag one. I believe in you. So this frame does this thing in particular, you know, just like autistic posting. Listen, autists are in. Think about it. Okay, so to make iron plate and of course emery, we need. I've talked to
That's a bunch
supermodels.
of malarkey.
That is a bunch of malarkey. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Very cool. Okay, 2 emery from Scorn. Also, listen, no need to flex on us fucking peasants. That's fucked up. Who the fuck did you talk to about... What supermodel was interested in Warframe? Now I'm curious. Who the hell did you talk to about Warframe? And would they be interested in autistic knowledge about Warhammer? A lot of them are superficial and stupid. So I'm not interested in them at all. Well, see, here's the problem with that scene. Unfortunately, that's by design. I mean, speaking of superficial and stupid, we got one. We're going over a superficial and a stupid. Okay, I'm gonna grab some water real quick. So I'm gonna grab some water. She's in Hawaii with her new boyfriend, so no Warhammer talk. Darn. Drat. Listen, you miss all the shots you don't take. That's how it works, right? That's what you gotta do. Gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. You miss all the shots you don't take. But oh well. Also, how the fuck do you know that? What, you kept in contact with her? That's crazy. Yo. That's epic. Anyway, grab some water real quick. And get attacked more and more by Flem Nation. And we'll... Somewhat of a close friend? Do you have a close friend? Supermodel is one of your close friends. Oh, Jesus. That's crazy. Anyway, I'm grabbing water. I'll be right back. Alright. Skibbity bob da. Wow. We're back. Getting attacked by Flamination. You have a couple. You have a couple supermodel friends. Your friend Dylan does stuff for Vogue. Actually, one of the photographers here photo shoots for Vogue. He wants me to assist him in New York, possibly. Jesus Christ. Oy. Billie Eilish says eating meat is wrong and people can't claim to love animals if they eat meat. That's not an inaccurate sort of like I don't think that's wrong to say, right? That's a hill that she'll die on, basically. Huh. I don't think that's an inaccurate statement. Yeah. Is Billie Eilish a vegan? I have no idea. Who the fuck is Enrique Vega? The fucking photographer that you know or some shit? The fuck is that? Well, okay, Enrique Vega photography. That's crazy. I see this guy has taken a lot of images of women for Vogue. You only eat meat for your taste buds, essentially. This is true. This guy's taken a lot of nice-looking pictures of women for Vogue. That's nice. Epic. Okay, wait, hold on. I have to say this real quick. Asmongold responds to people judging his lifestyle after revealing his beef jerky and candy diet. Okay, so Asmongold says the only things he eats are beef jerky and candy, and he drinks only soda. And people are obviously being like, bro, what the fuck is wrong with you? And that he used to go to like Chipotle like 6 times a day. How the fuck is he still that thin? That's actually genuinely insane to me, but whatever. The metabolism. It's a strange thing. His argument to the contrary, saying is the reason why people get so mad about me is because a person like me existing in the way that I do refutes their entire worldview. So, in a technical sense, what he's saying isn't wrong, but since Asmongold doesn't understand what empathy means, people are just like looking at his like sort of dietary ways and saying like, bro, this is insane. That's not healthy. Like, what are you doing? You're gonna fucking die or something. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? People are probably like more so looking at that with some concern, partially disgust, saying like, all you eat is candy and beef jerky and you go to Chipotle like really often. Bro, that's insane. People are just looking at that and they just think it's weird. I don't think it's a refutation of some normie's fucking worldview. I mean, if you think like that, then you're like brain poisoned. Like you're cucked in the fucking brain. It's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're genuinely insane if you think like this. It's very, very weird. Like extremely fucking weird. Give me 3 months to get fit. I'll be on Vogue. Based. Zane's gonna be on Vogue, folks. It's based and true. Anywho. Let's just start with white women. Ah! White woman fucking jump scare. Jesus Christ. Why is she zoomed in like that? Memes aside. ShoeOnHead, ShoeOnHead, ShoeOnHead. My favored sort of... Okay. I'm being a little facetious when I say my favored. But basically, ShoeOnHead's whole shtick right now is to appeal to a right-leaning audience by trying to dunk on random Reddit comments and people who have, like, Twitter threads or something. And I think she's throwing her hat in the ring of the whole sort of pragmata discourse. So, okay. Pragmata discourse, sort of summarization time. Pragmata is a game where you have a sort of like father-daughter dynamic, right? The little android girl named Diana. She's very adorable. She seems really, really fucking nice as a kid, yada, yada, yada. A bunch of the chuds basically said, like, how can we make this into a political issue? Yeah, how can we make this into a fucking political issue? By the way, this used to be the thing that ShoeOnHead would complain about all the time, correctly so, with like all the BuzzFeed feminists, which I agreed with back in the ye olden days. But now we are not back in those ye olden days. Basically, I saw a clip of this stuff and I instantaneously became intrigued. And I saw this also like pop up in my goddamn feed, and I was just like, okay, so ShoeOnHead is also throwing her head, or not her head, but her sort of like, shall we say, 2 cents into the fucking picture to do the, I don't know, right-wing culture vulture sort of like idiot fuck shit, shall we say, for lack of a better term, like propaganda, I guess, or something. Sure, we'll go with that. Yeah, she's doing the whole, like, culture vulture stick for what exactly? Because she has an audience that she needs to appeal to now, which are a bunch of, like, very, very, like, low IQ, dumbass fucking chuds. For what exactly? Oh, because of her fucking Balenciaga goddamn tweet. Because that's the only reason, again, constantly why ShoeOnHead is doing any of this stuff. ShoeOnHead is only doing this because of the fact that, due to the Balenciaga drama that she had to go through, because of her terrible, terrible fucking opinion and conspiracy theory that she made about the Balenciaga drama, she now felt like she has to appeal to a right-leaning audience for what exactly? Because she felt slighted? Or like, because, okay, I've talked about this in a video before. It's stupid, it's incredibly immature, and it's just like, yep, that's just classic fucking ShoeOnHead stuff. Like, of course she would be mad about this. It's dumb, it's ridiculous, it's stupid, and to try to think about it any further than you have to is like an exercise in complete utter fucking futility. And to want to like think about like why ShoeOnHead is the way that she is now, it will just like, I don't know, make you just scratch your head and just sheer confusion. But yes, Pragmata has been like a topic of discussion because a bunch of incels have been saying that this game is what is going to inspire women to want to start families, or not women necessarily, but for people to want to start families. And everyone else is saying like, what the fuck are you talking about? No, it is not. And you're stupid and silly if you fucking think that. And that's the position. And I guess, well, ShoeOnHead is going to basically say that that is not the case, and that whoa, you're saying that basically you're an incel if you want to start a family. It's like that's not the argument. That's not what anyone is saying. Like, are people going to say that? Because again, the reason why people are saying that it's incels who are making that point is because it's been mostly incels who have been making that point. So that's why people are saying it's like, oh, this seems like a very, very strange incel sort of talking point, because it's incels who have been saying this. Anywho, why don't we get into the video?
Your eggs are drying up.
Okay.
If you're a woman online, you have probably heard that many times. Perhaps this image haunts you at night. It is a true fact that women's fertility begins to decline at age 30, and they suddenly wake up and get what we call baby fever. But what about the men? Do their sperms rot? Do their balls shrivel up into little raisins and die? Do they wake up one day and get baby fever? Do men have a...
Isn't it mostly like men just have a harder time getting it up? Your dick? Yeah, the dick. They have a harder time getting their dick up when they are getting older, generally speaking, like erectile dysfunction, shit like that.
biological clock in the same way women do? I've briefly joked about this in videos before. In fact, a clip of mine from a video I did a few months ago actually went viral recently thanks to the VTuber Smugalana.
Ah, yes, the male biological clock. It's not physical, but spiritual.
Men will deny this, but they absolutely.
Yeah, why am I not surprised that Smugalana is here or something? That's true, we need more microplastics.
Absolutely have a biological clock. It may not hit in your teens or your 20s, but one day you're going to have a dream. You have a little daughter making pancakes with your wife in the morning, and you're not going to be able to get it out of your head. And the comments were full of men discussing their dreams to start a family. There is not much discussion about men's desire to have children. Like many things, it's not really something they talk about publicly. That was until a certain video game came out.
Just, what are you?
I am DI-03367, a state-of-the-art
Hi,
pragmata
Pragmata.
created here at the Cradle. I possess basic life-saving...
How about we call you Diana?
Diana?
Pragmata is a sci-fi action game where you play as astronaut Hugh Williams, who is sent to investigate an abandoned moon base. He meets a childlike android named Diana, and they team up to survive and escape the space station. Along the way, they uncover what went wrong and defeat the bad guys, all while forming a strong emotional bond.
Very hecking wholesome.
I'm counting on you, kiddo.
But it seems to have awakened something deep within gamers, especially male gamers. The urge to get married and have kids. I'm not planning on getting married and having kids, but damn, this game is like fatherhood calling to me. Is this how women feel about their biological clocks? This game makes me want a daughter. What is this
Again, I don't know how many times this needs to be said. Like, if you really do think that this is, I don't know, like, making you think about your biological clock, like, that's fucking stupid. I don't know how many times this needs to be said, but Shoe, you should understand that you purport to be a leftist, Shoe, but the biggest problem for as to why people are not starting families and are not having fucking families is because of the fact that nobody has any money to start a fucking family. People need money. And if they had money, they can start families. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like I'm going to be constantly reiterating this point over and over and over again until the fucking cows come home. Like, if you want someone to start a fucking family, then you need money in order to be able to start a family, and everyone's way too fucking goddamn poor.
feeling inside me? It can't be.
That's
it's
true,
like,
Zane.
I want to protect. It's like, I want to be a dad. They won me over. The white baby makes me feel paternal. I will burn anyone and anything that tries to harm her. This game is dragging out the innate dad instinct. I want to like Pragmata, but I can't, knowing that men are also enjoying it. This is a game for incels. Babe, wake up! It's time for your yearly gamer culture war slap! It's 2014 forever, man. We are never going to escape Mr. Gamergate's wild ride. In this video, we are going to discuss the
Shoe, I wonder why that might be the case. Oh, it's because of, like, weirdo fucking dipshits that you also fucking constantly appeal to. And the whole, like, Gamergate ride has been unironically rekindled by these fucking dipshits. Mostly on Twitter. It's always with fucking Twitter.
facts and theories behind the so-called male biological clock after we discuss the drama surrounding the game Pragmata and how a bunch of men expressing a simple, wholesome desire, the desire to start a family, has turned into yet another culture war. Yet another gender war. The gender war. Men versus women, women versus men, the male loneliness epidemic, the female loneliness epidemic, dealing with dating apps, hookup culture. Do men like curvy or thin women? Do women like dad bods or fit men? Do they like beards or clean shaven? Oh yeah. That reminds me. Before we get deeper into this video, let's quickly give a shout out to today's sponsor, Henson Shaving. For the last few decades, razors haven't been designed.
Don't care about your damn sponsor. Sorry, Shoe. Go away. Shut up. Don't care.
Throughout history, there have been countless stories centered around a very specific dynamic. The adult protector and a child. You see it everywhere. In video games, they call it a dad simulator. The Walking Dead, The Last of Us, God of War, Detroit Become Human, BioShock, Life is Strange. Also movies like Logan, True Grit, In a Way, Monsters Inc. Shows like The Mandalorian. Literature has done it forever with The Road, Les Miserables, and many, many others. It shows up time and time again because it taps into something deeply human. The instinct to protect, to guide, to teach, to nurture something more vulnerable than yourself. It is a beautiful and powerful story that has been told for centuries. And you're like really weird and an incel for enjoying it, actually. Incel game. If you buy this game...
Okay, so here's the standard fucking ShoeOnHead sort of culture slop that she always likes to fucking engage in. Okay, again, the idea that on basic... I don't think, like, most people are having that fucking argument, generally speaking, that the male protector sort of archetype, like, no one has a contention with that in particular, Shoe. What people are generally speaking having a contention with, Shoe, is the fact that Pragmata is, like, because this is the main, is she going to go over, like, the main sort of, like, inspirational, maybe not inspiration, I don't know, like, yeah, let's just go with, like, the main tweet or inspiration for as to what led to these people to fucking start saying this shit. Do you think that Chat, we're going to make a bet here. Do you think that ShoeOnHead is going to talk about the main sort of individual who basically decided to fucking start up this fucking culture war for no reason? Do we think that ShoeOnHead is going to mention that individual in particular? My bet is probably not. Because ShoeOnHead never fucking mentions any of these people. Like, whatsoever. She'll, again, have so much division and derision for the left, talking about, like, how dare the left say they want to protect small child or whatever the fuck, blah, 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 from the big scary robots. How dare they say this? But we're never going to have any mention about the people who brought up the sort of whole thing to begin with. And the main argument, again, with Pragmata is that they said, the Severus Chud individual, that Pragmata is going to, I don't know, get a bunch of women to immediately start fucking ovulating, for fuck's sake. If you don't think that's insane, then I have a bridge to sell you. Because everyone thinks it's extremely fucking weird. That's not going to fucking happen. Like, stupid, it's idiotic. Again, I've said this before and I'll say it again. ShoeOnHead, you purport to be on the left, right? You know that, for example, if you want people to be able to start having fucking families and whatnot, right, which I think is, like, fine and dandy and all that, like, I don't really give much of a shit about that. If you want people to start having fucking families, what do you need to do? You need economic incentives. That's, like, literally it. Period, end of story. Yes, that's a very good point there, Zane. Yeah, right-wing juds who don't actually care about children are saying this shit. Exactly. Like, these people don't actually give a shit about fucking children. They never wanted to have fucking children. They never will fucking have children, to be honest, because they're just weirdos. Very, very strange fucking people. It's mostly incels that are saying this point, right? People who, unironically, just hate women. So it makes sense that people are saying that, like, oh, why are a bunch of incels? This is probably like an incel game or some shit. Yada, 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 right? Because, again, because I don't actually think, for example, that Pragmata is an incel. It doesn't really look like an incel game. I just think the idea that this is going to cause, like, a sort of rise in the fucking birth rates is fucking stupid. Like, I think that's just complete, utter fucking nonsense. But then again, the people who are saying all this stuff are saying this for a political reason, not because they actually care about putting in effective policy that would actually help rise birth rates that are falling within the West. Like they don't actually give a shit about this. Based on their subreddits being banned for fan art, many of them care about children too much. That's a very, very good point there, Armor and Quills.
I'm gonna assume you are pedophile. I feel like it's a breach of ethics at this point to design child characters for an audience of majority male gamers. Like, let's stop with the defenseless girl the big strong man has to protect. This reeks of sexism and control. I hate these father simulator games. They always give me the creeps. This is low genuinely fascist propaganda and gives me pedo vibes. Wouldn't it be cool if I sneezed right now? Fascist propaganda. If this is fascist propaganda, slap me and call me Adolf. Zoomer women really look at a wholesome game involving a child and wait, what the f is low genuinely? After hearing about toxic masculinity for the past, like, 15 years now, finally a topic comes up where it's overwhelmingly positive masculinity, and what is the response? I think the funniest thing about the Pragmata controversy is that those incels genuinely think they could ever get near enough to a woman to impregnate one. It's not nuanced. Pragmata is blatant pedophilia catered to male gooner gamers. Why are people thinking this is sexual or makes you a pedophile? Because men are notorious for being peds and disgusting humans. They sexualize everything. You are not very smart. A lot of loser males who often turn to gaming are pedos. It is an unconscious strategy to avoid competing with chat, as well as complementing their own pure ad-turniness. Stall development.
What the fuck is this fucking, like, reply or... I do not believe that this is a left-leaning I refuse to say that this is a left-leaning person who fucking put this shit together. I'm gonna be honest here. I'm gonna be really, really honest here. I mean, there's really not much else to say, like, currently at the moment. Like, this is the standard ShoeOnHead sort of, like, playbook, for example, where she inherently just goes over, like, random fucking Twitter replies of some, like, random nobodies and just says, like, hey, look at this thing. It's, you know, look at me. I can't believe these people are saying this. I'm going to generalize and make a generalized fucking statement about this population of people who, I don't know, agree or disagree with this or something. Like, it's stupid. It's nonsense. It's incredibly fucking idiotic. And is ShoeOnHead going to talk about the original fucking perpetrator of this fucking culture war? My bet still is no. Yeah, that's a good point there, Zane. What is inherently masculine about Pragmata? That's a good fucking question here. Like, the dad simulator game, people thought that Kratos was like a cucked beta loser during that dad simulator game, and no one talked about the sort of, like, incel vibes with that one in particular. But, like, no one had a problem with God of War, but people are having a problem with Pragmata. It's like it's not inherently the problem with the game. The problem is with like the weirdo dipshits who are talking about this shoe.
What? Y'all are full of shit talking about dad instincts and whatever. We know why the f you want to play the game. You want to crack the little blonde bimbo slut. What? This character design creeps me out. Why does she look like a doll? Why is this blonde child with a blowout running around barefoot? I've not yet played the game. Is this expanded on in the plot? Or is this just eye candy for creeps? I feel like I'm going insane. She just looks like a cute kid to me. Like, that is just literally a cute little kid. I do not see the sexualization, and I am a huge pervert, mind you. I do not see what the f these people are talking about. Are there creepy people on the internet who are sexualizing Diana? Yes, absolutely yes. It is a small minority, but it is still disgusting. In fact, a subreddit had to be shut down because people were making not safe for work art of this child, which honestly is not shocking.
Not shocking.
That's not the game's fault. The game has nothing creepy in it. These creepy people will always exist, unfortunately. I have made several videos about these people existing. People getting mad here are not getting mad at the people sexualizing Diana. That would be completely understandable. It would make sense if they were going to the accounts that were doing that and calling them creeps, but no, they're for some reason just getting mad at people liking and enjoying the game. They're just spurging out and randomly calling.
Are they, though? Shoe, you're not being honest here. Actually, you know what? Here, I'll do your job for you, Shoe. Why don't we actually get the reasoning for as to why people are actually mad, Shoe? Because she's being dishonest here. Probably should have had this prepared, but whatever. All right. Here. Hey, Shoe, because you're not very good at your job, I'm going to do your job for you. Here's what people are specifically complaining about. This fucking Severus Chud dipshit went on a fucking screed when people were talking about this pragmata fucking discourse, talking about how it's destroying years of leftist programming and activating women's ovaries in time. When it's a streamer having, I don't know, like saying that this is a very hecking wholesome moment. By the way, it wasn't only just girl streamers who were just saying like, I like Diana, she's very hecking wholesome, blah, 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 blah. Whatever. Yada, 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 right? This wasn't the only one. In fact, the streamer herself responded to this saying, so strange to see my content pop up here. Taking my content without any credit to push your narrative. It actually makes me so sick. Was just playing a game I really love and sharing a wholesome moment. I'm going to touch grass. This is enough internet for one day. There was actually like 2 other fucking streamers that this Severus Chud individual was also referring to, who again also commented saying like, why the fuck are you doing this? This is very, very strange that you're doing this behavior. I would prefer if you do not do that. And I think actually the dude replied in this exact same fucking thread. Here, pushing a narrative literally was just a caption celebrating this game breaking antinatalist propaganda. Again, if you think that this game is breaking antinatalist propaganda, boy, do I got a bridge to sell you. You posted that clip online for everyone to see and share. Stop creating imaginary problems for attention. Okay, because I know this guy's fucking retarded. Very stupid. Very, very low IQ individual. Of course, we also have Mentis Wave and Kongmin Lee also appearing here. Kongmin Lee got fired for being extremely fucking racist, still can't fucking find a job, and probably has to make dog shit commentary videos. And Mentis Wave is Mentis Wave. There's nothing really else to say about Mentis Wave. This person is just sharing a wholesome clip that they were having with their chat with Diana in Pragmata, which is a game that they're loving. That's a thing that gaming streamers sort of do, you fucking dumbass. If you're saying that this is again this like enjoyment, this wholesome moment this streamer was having, I believe her name was like Kimmy DNC, I think, right? Yes, Kimmy DNC. If you think that Kimmy DNC is helping to contribute to, I don't know, destroying anti-natalist propaganda within the West, you're schizophrenic, bro. You're stupid. This is the problem that people are having with Shoe. And also, of course, dipshit over here, Rock Solid, also saying that Pragmata is a psyop to counter decades of anti-natalist propaganda and bring up global birth rates. You are fucking stupid if this is your actual fucking conclusion that you have with this game. You are a fucking idiot if you believe this. I don't really give much of a flying fuck what anyone has to say. You're a dumbass if you think a game is all of a sudden being used to counter anti-natalist fucking propaganda. Stupid. No. The reason why people are not having kids is because it's an economics issue. It's not a fucking natalism problem. People want to go and have kids. The problem is kids are fucking expensive and nobody has any money to bring in fucking kids into the world. It is what it is, bro. Stupid. But to say it's because of like anti-natalist propaganda, you're like unironically a brain-broken fucking dipshit. Like only incels fucking think like this, which is why it's correct to say that people are who engage in the sort of whole pragmata discourse are mostly fucking incels, because this is shit that incels say. Shoe.
Calling everyone and anyone incels.
Why did they make her look like a porn star, though?
Why is the child sexy? Are you okay? These Twitter freaks see a child, immediately sexualize them, and think everyone else is as creepy as they are. Like, no, bitch, that's you. And Reddit. You and Reddit. There is nothing in this video game that caters to the freaks except for the fact that Diana is a child. Compare that to, like, Cuties, where there were up-closes of real children twerking. That is—
Wait, the same Twitter lefties also had problems with Cuties as well, Shoe. Are you going to continue being dishonest here, Shoe?
is media that is catering to those people. An article recently came out from the outlet The Gamer that in the beginning talks about what happened on the Reddit and how disgusting some people are being towards the character Diana. Okay, fair enough, I agree. But then towards the end, the author throws in something very telling.
I have not yet played Pragmata, and that's because I'm a little tapped out on stories where men adopt daughter-like figures and prove their masculinity by protecting them.
That is their real problem. Men protecting people. That's just them.
Wait, how? Okay. Yeah, it's a narrative people are sort of tired of with. Like, generally speaking, the whole sort of, like, protector figure or something. Like, okay. Again, I fail to see what exactly is the issue here, Shoe.
Proving their masculinity. And as we all know, masculinity bad.
Blatantly not
I
fueled.
don't even think that's, like, even the point that's being brought up here. It's stupid. Just dumb. It's just a dumb point by a fucking really stupid individual.
Whether you agree with it or not, the average attraction trope on a little girl, blonde, blue eyes. I mean, the whole game is low-key Nazi propaganda, to be fair. I think the men who play this are probably creepy, but how is it Nazi propaganda? Blonde, blue-eyed toddler and tiaras looking white girl you have to save is literally Nazi propaganda straight out of the 1930s, dude. Sorry, I don't see it. Ugh, I really don't have the energy to deal with this. Just use your brain.
Sorry, I don't have the energy to explain my schizophrenic paranoid delusion. Good. I don't have the energy to listen to it. Listen, I know we're all used.
I don't know, man. I don't have the time and energy to talk about, like, this fucking schizophrenic, like, paranoid delusions as well, ShoeOnHead. Something that I highly doubt you're going to be bringing up in your fucking video.
To seeing gay, black, Hispanic, disabled furries in media lately. But I promise you, white people still exist. It's not Nazi propaganda.
I feel like this girl character is an objectification of the idealized child. She's pulled right from the patriarchal white supremacist imagination, the perfect pure white girl child that must be protected so she can produce the next white generation.
Anyway.
Funny how y'all have...
Hey, Shoe, it's called, that is a, opinion one can fucking have, right? That is an interpretation one can have, Shoe. We can throw all of your unsolicited fucking... What the fuck was that fucking bit again? Like...
girl child that must be protected so she can produce the next white generation.
Unsolicited opinions from online prostitutes. That's fucking hilarious coming from you, ShoeOnHead. You unironically appeal to a fucking audience of, like, dumbass chuds with your whole trad fucking aesthetic, bro. Like, okay, bro. Like, you already fucking sort of frame yourself as, like, an online whore and a fucking prostitute. You've said this before as a joke in your fucking videos, dude. But, okay, bro. Nice fucking meme.
Anyway.
Funny how y'all have paternal instincts for a child with a model woman's face plastered on it. Make her look like an actual kid with missing teeth, short hair, bare face, snot, and see if those instincts kick in the same. This game is openly catering to pedos. The gaslighting is over.
Wait, I'm trying to follow the logic here. Let me just give myself some brain damage. So we make her look more like a child in order to not cater to pedophiles? Am I following that correctly? Also, the face on the left is like a child 6 to 7 years old, and the one on the right is like a 3-year-old. Diana's a robot kid. She's not a robot toddler. Also, again, she looks like a kid. Am I going insane? Like, that looks just like a little kid. Do they just want her to look ugly? Is that what this is? They want her to be ugly? Like, I need more brain damage. Hold on.
I think the opinion here is basically, like... I think even kids at 6 and 7 are gonna have, like, loose teeth and snot coming out of their nose or something, right? Like... Wait, Shoe, don't you have a kid? You should fucking know this. It's very strange. I'm gonna be honest here.
Weeb incel gamers LARPing saying, ooh, I want to be a dad now, because they're manipulative, creepy freaks and like the ooh little girl with a model face, especially the lolicons, obviously. The devs know the male gamers hate a realistic or ugly child, because that's not what they're playing for. If they made her look like a realistic, ugly child, none of them would be saying this. First of all, why are they acting like it's realistic to portray children as ugly and disgusting? Children are not ugly and disgusting. Like, they're cute and adorable. That's what they're known for.
Wait, shoot. How do you know that? A bunch of kids are gonna be, like, if we're talking about quote-unquote, like, Western beauty standards, again, like, saying a kid, it looks fucking ugly, yeah, sure, I think it's really fucking stupid. Sure, I don't disagree with that. But I think basically the idea that's being said here is the fact that most kids are gonna have, like, snot coming out of their noses and a bunch of fucking loose teeth. Not your sort of, shall we say, quote-unquote, paragon of, like, Western sort of beauty standards. Like, let's be quite honest here, right? Like, we'll keep it a fucking $1.50 here, right? If we're talking about that in particular, yeah, like, that's going to be kind of ugly or something. Very, very strange. The only criticism I could give on her aesthetic is that her face is sort of adultish, but that's the art direction they chose, so, oh well. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you could make that art, but then again, like, ShoeOnHead is not interested in people's sort of, like, subjective analysis. She has her own fucking propaganda that she's basically looking to push here.
Like, yes, she's made to look cute. Yes. That's how you know this game was not made by Western video game developers. That's how you know there was no Liliths on the dev team here.
You guys would lose your shit while playing Bio.
That is very, very fucking strange. Like, why the fuck would you say that? Hello? Very weird.
BioShock. Actually, BioShock is a really good example of this design working right. The little sisters are all gross and have gray-green skin. No, you don't understand. Everything around me must be ugly as
Well, that's not exactly how that works. Like, the reason why the little sisters have the gray-green skin that they do is because of the fact that they're filled with, like, a bunch of, like, specialized, like, genetic juices, for lack of a better term. The Atom, I think it's what it's called, if I recall correctly. I've not played BioShock in a while. But yeah, it's because they're filled with a bunch of Atom. That is why. Okay, I'm still having fucking performance issues, so here's what we're gonna do. I have to close fucking Factorio. I'm not really doing much of anything in the game anyways. Okay, there we go. Should be stable now. Okay. Back up to nice and 60 frames per second. Oh, I think basically what she means there, Zane, by what is a Lilith is probably like, I don't know, I know that a bunch of trans girls like the name Lilith. It's either that or like Crystal or some shit. There's a bunch of other ones as well that they like. I know Meredith, if for some reason, a lot of trans girls like this. It's supposed to be like libtard name or something. Some like stereotypical like libtard name or something.
or I will furiously start masturbating. This all sounds like 2014 discourse, because it is 2014 discourse. Please don't let there be Gamergate 2.0. Who's
Okay, I don't understand. But Shoe, okay, first off, we're already in Gamergate 2.0, Shoe. And who started that? It was the chuds that you're pandering to, Shoe. They're the ones who fucking started all of this shit. Again, because they can't help themselves. Because they have to be like little weird nostalgia cucked weirdos, dumbass. Like, that's how it works.
Who's going to be the ShoeOnHead 2.0 to emerge from the Gamergate 2.0? If she's listening now, just, this might sound very vague, but don't. That thing? Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Phew.
I also agree.
Thanks for talking to me all the time. Ta-da!
Is this supposed to be when we first boarded the tram?
Uh-huh. I drew it. It's for you.
Look at that. You wrote your name, too. Not half bad, yo.
This robot girl makes me uncomfortable,
cool.
and the fact that I haven't seen female gamers fawn over her is interesting. I've seen more clips of her and that man, and that is not how kids behave. Something weird is going on here.
The something weird going on here is you, ma'am. You are the something weird. Men like the father simulator game where you have to protect a small child and shoot up a bunch of robots in space? Suspicious. Also, I have seen plenty of female gamers fawn over this character.
I will me.
Yeah. Okay.
Everything's blah blah cubes.
Who would win? Decades of anti-natalist propaganda? One little bean. There were
Yep, she's just adopting the whole sort of like chud framing on all of this. Again, one of the fucking streamers that you unironically put up there, Shoe, does not agree with your fucking interpretation of this. In fact, a lot of the other streamers from this Severus Chud individual also said, why the fuck are you talking about this in this way? You're very weird. Why am I here? You're a fucking weirdo, little bro. And you're just adopting it without much of a problem. Without a second fucking thought. You're just like, yeah, dude. Yeah, totally, actually. Yeah. Yeah, no, this is destroying a bunch of anti-natalist propaganda. I have to do my, like, very stupid dunks on the fucking left to appeal to the chud audience that you have now. Because that's the only reason why ShoeOnHead is doing any of this. Because she's got a fucking chud audience that she needs to appeal to.
even women cosplaying as her. And when women even expressed how cute they thought Diana was, they're also met with this.
Oh my god, Diana is so precious and adorable. I'm gonna love this game. Thanks for telling everyone why you want to play the game, before you make up some other excuse to hide your pedophilia. What? Water guns are the best. I like it just as much.
I can't believe that there's some really weird, annoying people on Twitter. Let me make, as Hassan said himself in response to this, because Hassan also shows up in this fucking video, believe it or not. Yeah, let me get like random, like 2 reply tweets with like 5 likes maybe, and make a fucking video essay about it. It's stupid. It's stupid. It's just fucking stupid. It's not like men in general have the best PR, so the schizos on Twitter has some backing to it. That's exactly correct there, Zane. Because unfortunately, Twitter is a massive platform, and all of these like weirdo fucking schizos are the things that get on the top of the fucking algorithm, and that's what people are going to see the most, and they're just gonna be like, you're fucking weird, little bro. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Because again, listen, the streamers themselves even said, like, why the fuck am I included in this, like, really strange fucking propaganda? Why? In fact, unironically, the 3 streamers, the 3 clips that ShoeOnHead fucking posted, all of them have said in response, why is my clip showing up here to push this weird agenda? This is very, very strange. You're playing into the fucking chud thing, Shoe, which is why people have criticisms of it, Shoe. You're doing the fucking propaganda, Shoe. That's why people are having a problem with you, Shoe.
Just crayons. I like how the sand feels on my toes. I press down and sink in. Children don't act like this. This is how someone who fetishizes fatherhood wants children to behave. To normal people, it's actually deeply off-putting. The best part was all the actual parents, like, replying to these people like, yeah, no, that is literally how my 5-year-old acts. It's like, yeah, no, that's pretty accurate. Fetishizing you mean the human...
I wonder if ShoeOnHead will post any of those responses. Just saying.
Desire to procreate and start a family? Oh, you want to meet a woman and settle down and have a family? Maybe have a house, 2 dogs? You sick fuck.
We've reached radioactive levels.
No one, again, is saying that. Shoe, like, if you, again, the main overall thesis of this sort of, I guess, video so far, again, if you think that Pragmata is going to be the main thing that inspires a bunch of fucking people to all of a sudden go out and start families, you are delusional. People are not starting families for a lot of fucking complicated socioeconomic reasons. Again, Shoe, you purport to be on the fucking left. On the left. And you're doing this, like, dumbass propaganda. But then again, the only reason why she's doing this is because of her Balenciaga drama.
Of incel propaganda. What the f does incel mean anymore? I feel like I ask this in every single video. This tweet got thousands of likes. I feel like I am going and say, where does the incel part come from?
Like, they want men to be open about their emotions, and then men are open about their emotions, and then they're just called Nazis or incels or both. Usually both. It's usually a package deal.
And this tweet...
Okay, that's because, again, Shoe... she's not posting any of the fucking original tweet. Again, Pragmata is destroying years of leftist programming and activating women's ovaries in real time. This is why people are saying this is incel shit. Pragmata is a psyop to counter decades of antinatalist propaganda and bring up global birth rates, which you just reaffirmed on your fucking video, Shoe, which is why people are saying, yeah, this is some weird fucking incel shit.
Came from a man, to make things worse. A grown-ass man saw another grown-ass man speaking about the...
That's a great point there, Zane. Yeah, I genuinely haven't even thought about a relationship because of the financial crisis we're in. A child is completely off the table. I am in the exact same fucking boat. There's a financial crisis. The economy is fucking collapsing. I don't have a fucking job. Because guess what? The labor market has been in fucking freefall. Jobs have been getting consistently lost because of how terrible the economy and the president that you seem to never want to fucking criticize, who's currently in power right now, Shoe. Wonder why that's the case. You don't ever bring up any of the criticisms, any of the actions, the policies that conservatives have brought, generally speaking, brought into the sort of forefront that are making everything actively worse. Why do you never criticize them? I thought you pretended to be on the fucking left, Shoe. Not anymore, I guess.
Normal human desire to want a family and want children one day, and called him an incel. Cockroach behavior.
In any case, what is this? Capcom's Pragmata.
Hi, son.
Wait, did it come out already? Pragmata, it's making thousands of people suddenly want to start a family. You place Hugh, a soldier, stranded on a ruined lunar research station whose job is protecting the childlike android Diana while fighting rogue AI. In one emotional moment, she gives him a crayon drawing of the 2 of them together as a little family. Even streamers who say at the start they didn't want kids end up breaking down happy in tears. So, what's really interesting about this is all of these unfuckable losers in the gaming sphere always talk about, like, starting families and stuff.
True.
And I don't understand, like, why this has become a thing that they care about. Like, if you're a gamer, you should care about things that you actually experience. You should care about things that you actually enjoy, right? If you're a lonely gamer who has never been around a woman and will never have sex with a woman, why do you care? Like, why do you care about having children or, like, riding for having children? Like, it's just not something that you're going to experience ever for your life, for the rest of your life, right? This is something that I never understand.
Wow, maybe there's a...
Wait, by the way, he's just correct in his fucking assessment. Yeah, all the fucking weirdo incels who, again, more than like, do I think that Severus Chud played the game? Probably not. Do I think Rock Solid has played the game? Probably not. That guy's a fucking LARPer all the time. Even though he'll just be like, no, I actually did play the game, guys. Like, okay, bro, yeah, sure, totally. People are saying that, oh, the idea that this game is destroying antinatalist propaganda, which is just not even like a thing that's happening, is stupid. Like, it's just dumb. That there's decades of antinatalist propaganda is ridiculous. It's just stupid. The reason why, again, people are not having kids is because of a financial problem. That's why. It's a socioeconomic issue. Which, by the way, you should care about, Shoe. But you seem to never fucking give a shit about that whatsoever. It's stupid. It's incredibly stupid.
Reason people are yearning to start a family and can't afford to have one and can't seem to find a partner. They feel alienated from their work and atomized from their community. If only there was a political commentator around to speak about all this.
Hey, ShoeOnHead, you actually made the accurate fucking criticism that, again, you're not criticizing any of these dipshits of fucking bringing up constantly. I wonder why that's the case, Shoe. Curious.
Oh well, guess not. First of all, the only care about something if it affects you is extremely libertarian coded and also very weird coming from a guy who understandably wants everybody to care about a genocide that is happening across the ocean. Second of all, what is this nihilistic horseshit? You never aspire for anything, never aim for greatness and meeting. This is the dude the media wants us to believe is going to save young men from the alt-right pipeline. Yeah, okay. And I love how he's like, unfuckable losers, like...
What the fuck are you talking about? There's literally, like, Fox News has been consistently trying to dunk on Hassan for the past 25 days, Shoe. CNN has been doing constant fucking segments on Hassan, with Hassan bad sort of fucking propaganda. Is the media really trying to push Hassan? What are you talking about? This is insane. It's stupid. It's just dumb. It's fucking dumb. It's stupid.
Okay, congrats on the sex, bro. Check out this sex haver over here. I'm sure all those unfuckable losers could easily go to foreign brothels and pay for sex like you, Hassan. Something weird about a man who could easily consensually get sex from a woman but chooses to go to a brothel. I don't know. Just saying. Also, 35?
Really don't see what exactly is the relevance of this point, Shoe. Like, why the fuck does that matter? About the fucking whole brothel point? Why does that matter in this particular sort of argument? Because people are saying, because okay, that clip in particular was the reason why I decided to go over this fucking video. Right? Because it's just stupid. It's saying like, yeah, Shoe totally it's mostly chuds who say this. Yeah, Shoe totally dunked on fucking Hassan here. It's just like, did she? She's not even really engaging with the sort of premise of the argument, right? Hassan's basic point here, even though it's like, I don't know, not articulated in the sort of, best way possible, is why the fuck are people who are gamers caring so much about wanting to raise families, even though most of the dudes who talk in this way are genuinely unfuckable fucking losers? Like, do you really think that these two dipshits over here are getting a lot of fucking pussy? I don't fucking think so, okay? I don't believe that for even 2 fucking seconds, okay? Shut the fuck up. Bullshit, right? You're just saying this stuff because you need to get some fucking keys to jingle to your fucking audience. And it's really, really easy to do that with fucking Hassan, right? Because, unfortunately, because of your Balenciaga drama, you are surrounding yourself with a bunch of really low IQ, dumbass fucking viewers who are extremely easy to appeal to. And all they care about is their stupid ass fucking Hassan bad content, right? And it's easy fucking money. You can just say this constantly, and they will keep coming back for the exact same fucking sloppy toppies. Like, yeah, POV, you're an adult, and you go to a brothel. Yeah, you can just do that if you want. Like, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, who the fuck cares about the brothel shit? Like, it's nonsensical, it's stupid, it doesn't pertain to any sort of position here, right? Like, if these, like, weirdo fucking incel dipshits actually cared about getting a fucking woman in their lives, then they would not be posting strange propaganda on the fucking internet, Shoe. But they post strange propaganda all the time, saying shit like, oh yeah, Pragmata is totally going to be the main thing that is going to destroy the anti-natalist propaganda that exists in the West. It's just like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? This is, again, it's nonsense.
5? No kids? Like, I'm sorry, that just pisses me off. Like, sitting
Also, by the way, we're 19 minutes into this video, and she still hasn't made the argument of the male biological clock, which is the quote-unquote initial premise of this fucking video. She still has not addressed that whatsoever.
His ugly ass $600 Gucci sweater. I swear I've never seen this guy in a fucking normal ass t-shirt. Sitting on his high horse, looking down at people for wanting something more out of life. I don't understand how someone could be so mentally mind raped that this is their reaction to such like a simple, wholesome.
Okay, if we're talking about mentally mind raped, Shoe, you decided to do a fucking entire chud pivot after people correctly pointed out the fact that you are just doing a bunch of fucking right-leaning fucking propaganda for the Balenciaga fucking drama that you fucking started based off of a complete conspiracy theory that you decided to concoct because of some sussy images that Balenciaga put out, where it's simply the analysis was this: hey, Balenciaga, this is a little fucking weird, but you decided to make it into like a whole sort of like show and tell about how quote-unquote Balenciaga is doing secret pedophile grooming sort of like messaging within its fucking advertising campaign. Stupid. And you did that during fucking Pride Month, during a time where there is a renewed conservative animus to go after specifically queer people, trans people in particular, Shoe. That's why you decided to do an entire fucking pivot, which is why I have absolutely zero fucking respect for your goofy looking head ass.
Concept. Like, literally, no joke, the entire meaning of life is somehow confusing to Hassan Piker, anti-natalist.
Sure, dude.
If I saw a child that looked like that, I'd probably attack it. I felt like hitting her. The right-wing nutjobs seeing this and feeling paternal instincts are just predators. The only instinct I feel as a man right now is self-defense. I want to kill it. Yes, the ones saying they want to protect a kid are the predators, not the ones saying they want to kill it. The only thing I felt while watching this is pure bloodlust for that annoying creature. I hate children so much. Before you come at me, yes, I'm a 35-year-old crazy cat lady and proud of it. Stay mad. First of all, every time you see a little smiley face like
I can't believe that women are having control over the fact that they want to have children or not, Shoe. Well, crazy. Like, again, who cares? If that 35-year-old woman wants to be a crazy cat lady, that's her fucking prerogative. Again, a lot of the, like, dumbasses who post this fucking goddamn propaganda are only reaffirming that position for her.
like that, that's how you know that person is madder than they've ever been in their entire life. Listen, obviously if you simply don't want kids, that's fine, like whatever, not everyone wants kids, not everyone wants to be a parent. But the societal attitude, the difference between men and women here, how they handle this situation is so like fascinating to me.
I'm probably never having kids. I'm probably gonna play video games for the rest of my life. I'm probably gonna be as hot for as long as I can. And I'm probably gonna keep making money. That's probably what's gonna happen for the next 40 years until people are just gonna keep being mad at me about it. Menopause is gonna hit me like a brick wall, but at least I will be in the bag until then. You don't want kids? I'll do it whenever I want. I don't think I'm running out of time.
Absolute delusion. I feel like a lot of men
absolute fucking delusion of yourself. I can't believe that Valkyrie is choosing to have, I don't know, like, control over her sort of, like, inner desire to want to fucking make kids or some shit. And that she doesn't want to have... Like, why the fuck does that matter, Shoe? You're a trad fucking bimbo. You are deciding to appeal to a particular aesthetic so you can appeal to a certain fucking audience, Shoe. You are the one who's an internal fucking walking contradiction. Stupid. Like... Yeah, whoa, crazy. Women want their own goals? Shoot. What a shocker.
And in this situation are like, damn, I wish I had a family. That sucks. Women overcompensate and they pretend to be proud of it, and it just comes off as really kind of sad. And I guess it's like, as a woman for a long time...
Does it? Maybe just in your mind. In the mind of the schizophrenics that you fucking appealed to. But again, like, for a lot of people, they're just gonna be like, cool, whatever. That's your fucking prerogative. And then most people are genuinely being fucking weirdos about it, saying like, biological clock, rabbit fucking pointing at the clock, blah, 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 blah. It's just like, bro, it's like really, really fucking stupid. Yeah, I think Valkyrie made it rather clear. She doesn't want to have kids because she's like, I mean, I'll do it whenever. If I get menopause, like, whatever, fuck it, oh well. I'm just going to keep playing video games and getting that fucking bag. And that's her fucking prerogative. That's fine. Whatever. Sure, fuck it. Who cares? Unironically, I think one of my buddies who I went to high school with, his mother had him when she was in her fucking 40s. 40s. I knew the fucking guy's dad. He was in his, like, low 60s, right? So, you can have kids, well, not technically speaking, not at any point in time, right? But it's still fucking possible. It's probably gonna be harder. You can still have them. Like... If a woman doesn't want to have sex and doesn't want to have kids for their own fucking reasons, that's their fucking prerogative. But then again, you have to spin this into like a weird culture war in order to appeal to your dumbass fucking audience.
Time it's like, oh, you're too young to have kids, don't have kids, it will ruin your life and your body and your career, don't have children. And then all of a sudden you hit a certain age and it's like, you're eggs, ma'am. I get it, it's frustrating,
Stupid.
I get it. I hid my pregnancy from the internet. Nobody knew I was pregnant. Well, some of you guessed. because I was fat as fuck. But anyway, I hid it from the internet, and while I was like 5 months pregnant, I was getting tweets from like groypers and like, TikTok, your eggs are drying up. This like, fuck you haters, I got my cats. Enough. Stop spreading that attitude. Stop being a crab in a bucket. Like, even if you don't have children, that's fine. You can find other meaning in your life, obviously. But don't encourage that type of mindset. The amount of anti-natalist propaganda young men—
Wait, again, but you're the one who's also encouraging all the fucking egg drying up fucking memes, Shoe on the other fucking foot, buddy. Uno fucking reverse card. You're doing the exact same thing, bubby. You're doing the exact same shit. That's fucking incredible.
Men and young women.
Yeah, also, yeah, adoption exists. That's a good point there, Zane.
See nowadays is like insane. But the biggest anti-natalist propaganda has to be like $3,000 rent, $2,000 daycare, and student debt, honestly. Like, if we're being honest. It's just sad because—
Wow, ShoeOnHead actually made the correct fucking argument. Good job, Shoe. It only took you 22 fucking minutes, Shoe. Crazy. Whoa, it's material conditions, and she's finally actually making the fucking left-leaning argument from this quote-unquote Bernie Crat progressive. Stupid.
Because, like, through all of history, like, imagine your ancestors. They've been through, like, war and famine. And
yeah, that's a good point there, Zane. Why do we constantly have to— I think this is a point that has been brought up before by a bunch of other people. Why do we have to encourage wanting to have children, but we can't encourage not wanting to have children? Because there are arguments saying that you can be partial to for not wanting to have kids. 1,000 fucking %. Why? Global warming? Economic fucking crisis? Most people can't fucking afford that shit. You think you can raise the kid in a good environment if you're impoverished right now? Most of the fucking lower classes are completely impoverished and can't even afford to pay their bills. You want to raise a kid in that environment? Really? Really? It's ridiculous. But then again, ShoeOnHead, multimillionaire. Millions of subs on this fucking goddamn channel. She doesn't have to give a fuck. She's already okay. She can just have a kid. She can have more kids. Not really much is going to change for her. Doesn't matter. Yeah, unfortunately, it's too difficult for these people to sort of accept, Zane. Like, women can't have control of their own bodies. That's obviously antinatalism.
She's gonna end your bloodline because the rent is too high. But it's understandable. They don't feel like they can support a child. They can barely support themselves, especially on one income, like how it used to be. Those days are gone. You know, if I was president and I wanted to make America great again, that would be the thing I focus on the most. But no, we have to do another bullshit war in the Middle East. Okay, whatever. We're not going into that. Not in this video. Lots of strange reactions to this.
No, you're not going to go into that because, again, it's not going to appeal to your fucking dumbass audience. That's why.
Game. Let's clear some things up. Childless men do not have paternal instincts the way childless women have maternal instincts. Men first experience paternal instincts once they have their—
I do believe that is the case. Yeah, I think there's— Isn't there studies about that, I think? I'm pretty sure there's studies about that.
Own children, and typically those paternal instincts are only ever felt for their own children and no one else's. Men are not nurturers. Men don't gush over cute kids in public. Men don't have baby fever. If a man wants to possess a child for any reason other than it being a product of his own lineage, he's likely a predator. What? Okay, first of all—
I mean, the other stuff in there, I don't really think that's like necessarily as substantiated, but yeah, I don't think it's exactly inaccurate to say that yes, women generally speaking have more maternal instincts because it's just like kind of a biological thing, right? What is this saying?
I believe in forcing somebody to live 80 years on this planet without their consent. Like, I've experienced enough suffering in my life that I'm like, yeah, there's no way I would force anybody.
Oh, that's an interesting perspective. No, you fucking dumbass. I'm trying to copy the fucking link. Alright, what is this?
Somebody to live 80 years on this planet without their consent. Like, I've experienced enough suffering in my life that I'm like, yeah, there's no way I would force anybody to do this. And at the end of the day, every single reason for having a kid is selfish. I want to have a mini-me. I want my legacy to live on. I want someone to take care of me when I'm old. I want to maybe raise a child well enough that he could reduce the suffering of the people on the planet who are here.
So far, the arguments are, because I don't disagree with what this individual is saying here, right? Like, yes, a lot of people who, generally speaking, say they want to have a child nowadays is because, yeah, they want to have their quote-unquote legacy be continued. A lot of very selfish sort of reasonings. I don't disagree with this. Right-wing Christians in the chat telling him he's wrong. Like, of course. But then again, those exact right-wing Christians are who this guy is fucking calling out in particular.
Or who are suffering because they were forced into suffering. Like, every single reason for having a child is selfish. And another reason is...
I don't know if I 100% agree with every single reason of having a child is 100% selfish, right? Like, I don't agree with that exactly. However, a lot of the ways that the right-wingers sort of frame this is incredibly selfish because they are themselves incredibly fucking selfish people, right? All they think about is me, 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 me. In fact, there was a discourse about this from not the Birdman, but the Birdman sort of like made it more viral. But there's a discourse about this that was on Twitter talking about there's like this hypothetical scenario of two different buttons. One is a red button and one is a fucking blue button, right? If you click on the red button, the person who clicks on that red button is always guaranteed to survive, right? However, if you click on the blue button, and if there isn't a majority of people who do not click on the blue button, it wipes off, the blue button will wipe out half of the population, right? It's like, you know, more or less like that. Do you want to know who said that they were always going to click the red button every single time? Conservatives. Every conservative said they were going to click the red button every single time. And most normal people who actually have a sense of empathy and a sense of, shall we say, like, wanting to actually care about like general sort of community, said they wanted to click the blue button. The sort of like interpretation of this by the right wingers was saying like it's a choice of survival. That's not what the question is asking. What the question is asking is saying that, are you willing to be like an average normal sort of human being who actually cares about their fellow man and, you know, in terms of like social sort of like strata or whatever? Or are you willing to be a selfish psychopath? And unfortunately, a lot of people on Twitter chose to be a selfish fucking psychopath.
If you're a Christian and you believe in, you know, heaven and hell, then why on earth would you ever have a child if it's a possibility that they could be sent to eternal damnation?
That's actually a fantastic argument there. That's a contradiction. Yeah. Nope. This is from what? Other side of Ross. I'm assuming this individual's name is Ross. That's a great fucking argument, right? Because Christian evangelicals talk about, you know, wanting to live like, you know, making sure that you do not live a life of sin to make sure that you go into heaven. So it's like, okay, then why the fuck do you want to have kids so badly? Bring kids into the world who may experience sin. Very strange. Ross Creations owns an extremely popular channel, Ross Creations. Thank you, Zane. That's a fantastic fucking question there to ask, right? Why give them the opportunity to be able to sin if humans, in the mind of the evangelical, are inherently prone to sin? Okay, so then why bring in more humans in order to be able to have the ability to cause sin? Sounds like evangelicals are the actual antinatalists.
That's insane. Do not have a child, especially if they could choose the wrong path, right?
That's
true.
Crazy.
So unless I find out something different, you know, I looked into past life stuff, and it's like they say that you have a choice to come, and I'm like, okay, great, but I don't remember that shit. So there's no way I'm going to force, at least on purpose, I'm not going to force somebody to come live on planet Earth.
It's inherently an argument about consent, right? I don't 100% agree with this, right? Like, at some point in time, would I like to have a kid? Probably. I think mostly because of I don't know, like the sort of like sense of community and togetherness that it can sort of bring. But maybe depending on if I find a particular partner, maybe that's not the case. We would probably hash it out, discuss about it, see where it exactly goes from there. But Ross here is 1000% on the fucking money, right? That all these fucking conservative Christian types, including fucking ShoeOnHead, more than likely having kids for incredibly, incredibly selfish fucking reasons. Maybe not ShoeOnHead herself. I don't know why she decided to have a kid. Well, no. She mostly wanted to have a kid because trad bimbo fucking aesthetic, right? So you have to have a kid if you're being a trad wife or whatever. Sure. Yada, yada, yada. Most of these like conservative Christian types are mostly going to have children for incredibly selfish reasons. And it's things, and something that I have mentioned consistently myself on this fucking channel. Conservatives do not think of children as human beings. They see them as miniaturized versions of themselves. They see them as homunculi, as simulacra, as things to have directives, thoughts, and beliefs imprinted upon, and sort of like to be fucking followed. Directives. They are to be programmed, right? Yes, like you're saying, Zane, it's all aesthetic. It's all aesthetic for these people. They don't actually give a shit at all about like the success of the human species or whatever. Christian evangelicals are actively the main thing that are killing it right now. Like, they believe in, for example, essentially, like, the heat death of the fucking planet if it means that they can ascend to heaven, right? They have no problem with climate change, for example, right? They're okay with it. So, again, Christian evangelicals, if we're talking about like the safety of the human race, are actually a detriment to the human race. But whatever, like all these people operate on internal fucking contradictions to begin with. They don't believe in anything. But whatever. Neither does ShoeOnHead all that much anymore. The idea that all of these like Christians care about their children, no, the fuck they don't. They see them as like things to lord over for their own perpetuation of the hierarchical ideology that they inherently fucking believe in.
Even from like anecdotal common sense, this is just not true. This is obviously bullshit. Research literally shows that childless men experience like the desire for fatherhood almost just as much as childless women experience the desire for motherhood. Apparently young men want children more than young women do nowadays. Many men, including childless men,
yeah, but that's because it's all aesthetic for these people. Like, have they ever thought about the economic strain that may be potentially incurred because of this? Again, it's aesthetic, ShoeOnHead. It's aesthetic because it's shit that they're seeing on fucking social media, bud.
Exhibit caregiving, protective responses to infants, even if they're not their own. All through history, men have protected, mentored, even died for kids that weren't their own. Also, with this logic, like uncles, stepdads, adoptive fathers, like anyone like that is a predator. Like, men just have the protector gene, and this game just activates it. It's really not deeper than that. Yes, it's true, men don't have much.
That's not really, is that really the fucking case? I don't think it's activating that. Is it? Maybe. I think people, I don't think most people, like the normies who are streaming this, think of it really in that sense. They look at it and they're just like, that's a really cute kid. I've seen clips of men, unironically enough, saying like, I don't want to have my own kid, but that kid's really fucking cute. I really like that kid, right? That's a great kid. It's a cute kid. Because it really depends. It's a very, very person-on-person fucking basis. But then again, ShoeOnHead doesn't care about that form of subjective analysis. For her, again, pandering to an audience. It's all aesthetic for her.
Maternal instincts, but men do have paternal instincts. There's a reason this game is about protecting her from evil robots in space and not like, I don't know, breastfeeding her. Yes, women and men are different. And like a huge factor in this very popular trope is that the man gradually develops paternal instincts over the child despite his stoic, emotionally distant, masculine nature. These gamers are experiencing that through the main character. If Capcom's goal with Pragmata...
Yeah, but it's fucking... It's weird. It's weird. This take right here is like the least fucking offensive. I'm going to be honest here. Yeah, Capcom's goal with Pragmata was to make everyone who plays this game want to be a parent. They've done an amazing job. I always sit back when Diana starts playing and I think to myself, so this is what it's like having a daughter. She's so cute. This is like, again, the least fucking egregious. We're not going over the actual fucking egregious, which again, bro is saying that this is activating women's ovaries. That's weird, bro. Weird. Same with this. It's a side, like, Pragmata is a psyop to counter decades of antinatalist propaganda and bring up global birth rates. It's not going to do that. Like, that's stupid. Hassan himself, I think, also played the game and thought the game was good. He liked the fucking game. It's stupid. Yes, exactly, Zane. If it's not all black and white, then it can't be for the right wing agenda. That's exactly it. They have to boil down everything to, well, either red team or blue team, black and white. That's like literally it.
Was to make everyone who plays this game want to be a parent, then they've done an amazing job. I always sit back when Diana starts playing and think to myself, so this is what it's like to have a daughter? She's so cute. And for the record, yes, that is what having kids is like. It's also not so fun stuff and lots of responsibility, but the good parts completely outweigh the bad and make it all worth it. There were hundreds of tweets from people, mostly childless people, mind you, being like, that's not what having a child is like, actually, you stupid gamer. It's actually terrible.
These people have kids who are saying this, Shoe? Again, like, literally, like, there's no indication of any of these people having any fucking kids. You think the chuds who are trying to make a culture war out of this have fucking kids, Shoe? Okay, bro.
Terrible and awful. Men like this view having a daughter like having a pet dog. Once she grows up and isn't a cute little girl anymore, they'll begin to resent her. Men really do want kids the way kids want a puppy. All the fun, but none of the responsibilities. I don't like the way you guys talk about children. Like, they aren't toys. People will lose their f***ing minds when they realize that kids aren't like a dog or cat. They're a goddamn nightmare. Watching a child play with a toy and actually raising a child are two completely separate things. Kids
also, by the way, Shu, how do you know that these people don't have any fucking kids? How do you know that? Question, how do you know that these guys don't have any kids? I'm just because one person said that they're a 35-year-old crazy cat lady, that's one person. A lot of young people are not having kids for even something that you finally brought up, which was the only thing that's correct in this fucking video. It's because of socioeconomic problems. Everything else about this has been, again, the exact same, like, stupid chud fucking bullshit. It's, again, boring and fucking stupid.
Adorable when they're calm and playful, but little demons when they're screaming, snotting, and destroying your shit and keeping you up at night. Men really think having children is easy and fun. It's not so fun when they're pissing and shit and crying nonstop. Do you have kids? No, and I got my tube side 3 years ago, but thanks for asking. Wow, Diana's so cute. Maybe I want kids one day. Did you know they poop and pee and cry? Why this compulsive need to counter-signal this? Watching a fictional kid play...
Some people can hate having a kid. It's not completely out of this world to comprehend. Unfortunately, it is out of this world for this dumbass ShoeOnHead to comprehend.
With toys for a few seconds and thinking that's what it's like raising an actual human being is probably a sign you have zero idea what it really looks like being a parent, and you should not base your decision off a video game character.
Wait, that's just true, by the way. Yeah, you really, again, a video game character meant to fucking appeal to people. Like, if you really think that you are inspired to have a kid. And listen, I don't think this guy's, like, take is, like, particularly egregious. It's wrong still. Again, if you think a video game is going to inspire for you to have a kid, you're insane. Like, period, end of story. Like, let's be honest here. Like, that's just fucking silly, right? Because, again, a video game is going to present an idealized form of a character or whatever, depending on how it's written, how it's designed, yada, yada, yada. If that inspires you to raise a fucking kid, you're insane. Like, you're stupid. Like, there's really not much else to put, or any other way to put this besides I think you're just an idiot.
Wait, this community note. OP is an e-girl with an OnlyFans account. You stupid gamers don't get it.
That's, again, why the fuck does that matter? Why does it matter if she has an OnlyFans account? She's just correct. Do OnlyFans models, like, are they not allowed to have kids anymore or something? Stupid.
Doom scrolling TikTok and having multiple failed situationships is true happiness. Children are a burden. Nobody is saying parenting is easy. Nobody said that. All the parts parents say are the best.
Shoo, again... This is literally that, but that's the fucking point that these people are trying to say. Oh, parenting is actually easy. This is destroying all the antinatalist fucking propaganda. No one's even making that argument to begin with, Shoo. Stupid.
All the parts parents say are worth it. That is what people are seeing and yearning for. They have this, like, insane compulsion to attack.
Are they actually really yearning for that, though, Shoo? Are they? Are they yearning for stuff like that, Shoo? Are they really yearning for stuff like that, Shoo? But you're not going to go over those particular tweets, are you? Because it wouldn't be exactly, shall we say, conducive to your argument. Also, still 26 minutes in, still waiting to hear the claim about the male biological clock thing.
Anything that's, like, remotely pro-family, I guess because it culturally clocks as conservative, so you have to just shun it and mock it, or else you're doing a fascist propaganda or something. This whole thing has just been a litmus.
No, you're just lying here. If you want people to be able to raise families, you yourself said, guess what? It's called socioeconomics, bitch. Like, but again, chud audience you have to appeal to.
This test for humanity. On one side, people who long for love and meaning and human connection, desire deeper things, and they're in touch with their humanity. And on the other side, miserable, insane freaks who want to destroy everything pure and wholesome. And
True. Miserable, insane freaks who want to destroy everything pure and wholesome.
on the sidelines, normal people who just think this is a fun game. Yeah, that's probably most people.
Shoo, I still don't understand why you're not bringing this up in particular. Normal person who thought this is a fun and fucking wholesome game. Having a big problem with these chuds fucking taking their clips, having wholesome moments with their fucking chat. But I wonder why ShoeOnHead's not bringing that up in particular. Strange, isn't it?
I think we're a little too online sometimes. So we have established that the broveries have been activated by this game, but is the male biological clock real? Unlike women who are born...
Are we finally fucking... Holy shit, we're 27 minutes into the fucking video. She might actually fucking address this. Okay, let's see.
With a specific number of eggs. Men create sperm all their life. Right now, as we speak, your balls are creating sperm. Men
True.
can technically get someone pregnant all their life. And by someone, I mean a woman, not a femboy. You can't get a femboy pregnant. Stop trying.
Not
Sperm
yet.
quality tends to decline over time. Lower sperm count and more DNA damage to the sperm occurs. These changes usually start after 35 to 40 years old. So as men age, the risk of passing on genetic mutations increases. Similar to maternal age, higher paternal age has been associated with autism, schizophrenia, so basically being a ShoeOnHead fan, and other rare genetic disorders, as well as the chance of miscarriage rates being higher. So when red pill manosphere people tell you like, oh, you have all the time in the world to have children, bro, focus on yourself, queen, get that bag, like, technically they're correct. Physically, you...
Wait, hold on. Red pill manosphere types? Fucking... Hold on. No the fuck they don't. What? I'm listening to that again.
Has been associated with autism, schizophrenia, so basically being a ShoeOnHead fan, and other rare genetic disorders, as well as the chance of miscarriage rates being higher. So when red pill manosphere people tell you like, oh, you have all the time in the world to have children, bro, focus on yourself, queen, get that bag, like, technically they're correct. Physically, you do have all the time in the world, but that
Okay, talking about men in particular. Okay. The queen bit there fucking confused me.
doesn't mean you should wait. Having kids is more than the ability to reproduce. You want energy to chase a toddler around. You want your kids to have their father in their life for a long time. You want to see your kid graduate and maybe have children of their own. You want to give your parents grandchildren. You don't want to be a super old dad or mom. But if that's how it happens, and that's great. Life is not a Hallmark movie, but it should not be the ideal for men and women. Like, if you are in a stable relationship, get married and have kids as soon as possible. Honestly, it's the
And this is where ShoeOnHead continues to do, again, a lot of the incel fucking propaganda. Because that is incel fucking propaganda, right? If it is within your means to be able to have children, then yeah, sure, have children. Talk with your partner about it, yada, yada, yada. Inherently not talking about the sort of trust aspect, the communal aspect of a relationship is incel fucking talking points 101. Because again, incels want to have kids with women because they see that as a way to control women specifically, right? And you're playing into that one-to-one ShoeOnHead, which is why a lot of these fucking dipshits who say, oh, Progmod is going to be the main thing that inspires all of these women to go out and have kids is very, very fucking weird. Because a lot of these like incel types want women to essentially be broodmares for the state. That's what they ultimately desire, ShoeOnHead. You should fucking know this. You're a part of fucking Gamergate. You've been around that fucking long. That was the one-to-one fucking argument that these people were making. They wanted them all to be barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen, making them a bunch of fucking sandwiches. That is literally it. And you're playing into that pretty much 1-to-fucking-1.
Stable relationship part, I think people are having the most trouble with. It's easy to be like, find a wife and get married and have kids, bro. And it's like, find a wife. From where? The wife store? Listen, I believe you will have that one day, Anon. I believe you will have that wife and daughter or son. You will have a little Diana of your own one day. You will hang those drawings on your fridge. Don't blackpill, don't doom. We're all gonna make it. Same to you ladies watching. If I can make it, you can make it. So what did you guys think of this? Have you played Pragmata? Did you like it? Did it make you feel those fatherly or motherly instincts? Is your biological clock ticking? Do you have baby fever? If you like this video, please subscribe, and if you can...
Alright, this video was fucking dog shit, but then again, I shouldn't really expect anything else from fucking ShoeOnHead. So, same thing as always. ShoeOnHead making a dog shit video essay based off of random, probably 3 like IQ, I don't know, like Twitter replies or something. Randomly bringing up Hassan for some reason. Stupid, for really, really dumb reasons. Already fucking said why it's fucking stupid. And... I don't know. Also talking about like Sex 101, which I guess is the least sensible sort of part of it or something, but whatever. Yeah. If I can make it, you can make it. The millionaire who got famous by pure luck. Well, no, there's a reason why she got fucking famous. There's Zane. She got fucking famous because she looks like Boxy. There we fucking go. And said some, well, vaguely like agreeing with like Gamergate sort of esque type stuff, even though that's mostly like a misappropriation, and she ended up getting fucking popular off of that. Blah 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 blah. ShoeOnHead's history is a little fucking complicated here, but whatever. The current content that she mostly makes right now is a byproduct of the fact that she got mad at all the lefties who correctly called her out for her Balenciaga fucking takes, and is now just doing the whole weird chud sort of appealing propaganda. For what exactly? Because lefties are probably never going to accept her back whatsoever because of the obvious fucked up shit that she did with that fucking whole Balenciaga fucking drama, that she was wholeheartedly unwilling, or not unwilling, like, no, unwilling to want to learn or reflect from any of her fucking actions from there, right? The Vosh video, again, right at the end of that fucking video, talking about ShoeOnHead being a useful little plaything for the far right, still is 1000% accurate to this fucking day from 3 years ago. Anywho, Shoe, all you do is fucking appeal to a bunch of like dipshit fucking chuds right now because, again, you're just mad about the fact that the left thinks you're a fucking weirdo, bro. Don't think there's much else to say besides, well, you're fucking weird, Shoe. Make sure all my shit is loaded. Lovely. Okay. Let's talk about some major fucking news. Do my little stretchies. Wait, we're not going to be done for a while. At the very least, I want to obviously get to the, stuff, but that's okay. No, it's a great video. It's fantastic. And it's the same point that I've brought up also constantly on my fucking channel as well. These people, they, like, the right do not see children as fucking human. They see them as homunculi, as simulacra, as things, right? They see them as these, like, little things to have as, like, little fucking hanger-ons. They don't actually care whatsoever about, like, wanting to raise children in a healthy environment. It's all fucking, like, weird propaganda with these people. They don't actually care about fucking kids. Functionally speaking, they could give less of a flying fuck about that stuff. They don't care, right? They just see them as, like, miniaturized versions of themselves and see them as, like, oh, this is, like, a small version of myself. I will love and nurture it just for the fact that it is a small version of myself. When that's an incredibly sort of weird way to sort of, like, look at a fucking child, another human being, right? It's like, that's how that works. Very, very fucking stupid. But then again, like, I can only imagine how ShoeOnHead's kid's gonna end up, or really for, like, most of these fucking conservatives, just how, like, the twisted little amalgams they may fucking raise, like, ay. Alright. Take care of the Flum Nation attacks first. And we gotta keep going. I've been streaming for 2 days. There's a lot of stuff going on, a lot of stuff we need to talk about, blah, 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 blah. Ooh, kink in my back. Well, democracy is dying within the United States of America. Whoa, who would have fucking thought? And the Democrats didn't do an effective argument at all whatsoever to try to protect democracy. So now we currently have this situation. I believe I have an earlier video where I've talked about the Louisiana congressional map and this how it would proceed through the Supreme Court. I'm not really surprised that it passed along like sort of partisan lines because again, liberals have complete deference to the Supreme Court as an institution. Personally, I don't think that there just should be these wizards from on high who can sort of like do whatever the fuck they want with a particular law based on like their schizophrenic fucking interpretation on it. Like, if we want to talk about like democratic institutions that should be fucking completely abolished, the Supreme Court is one of them. Senate is another one as well. Should be completely and utterly abolished if we care at all about democracy. But unfortunately, this is the current sort of position that we have ourselves in. And, well, when the founding fathers created the system within the United States of America, they didn't really care all that much about, like, general sort of, like, liberal democratic sort of principle. Mostly because when they made it, they mostly had it intended to work for specifically rich people, rich white people specifically. But whatever. Major 6-3 decision of the Supreme Court has struck down Louisiana's congressional map that added a second majority black district, ruling it unconstitutional as a racial gerrymander. The opinion, written by Justice Samuel Alito, narrows how the Voting Rights Act is interpreted moving forward. Now, in a technical respect, the conservatives are correct here, technically speaking. Do I think it is a good thing that there are districts that are constructed in a racial sort of sense? It's a byproduct of the Voting Rights Act. No. In fact, that is one of the biggest problems with the Voting Rights Act. However, and this is a massive however, something like this would not have to come into existence if there weren't Republican legislators, state legislators, that if they could draw the maps, congressional maps, in a particular way to make it such that black people are completely and utterly disenfranchised in the states that they are living in, this would not have to be a provision that exists. I don't think a provision like this should exist. The problem is, the reason that they do exist is because the byproducts of, Jim Crow, segregation, slavery, redlining, all of the institutional racism that the United States has, broadly speaking, carried out against, black people. That is fucking why something like this has to exist. Obviously, since the conservatives get their marching order from the Republican Party, they're going to fucking struck this down. Unironically, like, when Trump reacted to this, he didn't even know that, like, this shit was even going down. He's like, well, who won? Oh, Republicans did. Oh, that's great. Then I love it then. It's just like, okay, bro. Nice meme. Justice Elena Kagan, in a sharp dissent joined by the court's other liberal justices, warned that the ruling weakens protections against racial discrimination in voting. That's true. Arguing it allows states to dilute minority voting power without legal consequence. She described the decision as part of a broader trend that has steadily eroded key provisions of the Voting Rights Act since 2013. She is correct there, by the way. This is a trend that's been going on for the latter part of about a decade. While the court did not overturn the law entirely, the ruling could have significant consequences. Louisiana is now likely to lose a Democratic leading district, and other states may revisit their own maps amid ongoing redistricting battles, something that the Republicans have all started themselves. Just to take a quick look at the, shall we say, maps that may potentially happen as a byproduct of this. Democrats hold 24 seats in these states. Republicans actually gain 12 seats, right? In a possible redistricting scenario. These maps are now entirely fucking possible, right? And by the way, unfortunately, there's only one way to fucking fight this bullshit. So basically, like, what? Only the very, very blue fucking inner city core centers are going to be the only things. I mean, just fucking look at these abominations, dude. It's crazy. Like, complete, utter disenfranchisement of millions upon millions of people. Because again, like I've said before, gerrymandering should not be a thing. I don't think this is a good thing, but the reason why it exists is because there has been, provisions made within the laws specifically that have allowed something for this to come into existence, right? That's the major fucking problem that I have with all of this. I don't think gerrymandering should be a thing, but unfortunately it does exist, and Democrats should not be doing this, namby-pamby, like, oh, we gotta take the fucking high road stuff. Nope. When it comes to something like this, the only thing that you can do is fight fire with fire. That's the only possible option that exists now. Like, you can't allow this shit to fucking continue, is basically what I'm saying. Because it's only going to get worse and worse and worse. Like, good luck with that. And who knows how exactly these maps could be redrawn. It's entirely possible that they may end up all being dummy manders. And that a lot of this stuff is probably not going to take into effect until after the midterms, right? Given the whole timing of all of this. But, as I was explaining before, the only way Democrats can go forward in terms of this particular respect, you have to fight fire with fire. Here, this is, again, a 52-0 California fucking map. Could become legal. So, again, all those fucking red seats, right? I believe that Gavin Newsom got rid of about 5 of them with Prop 50. Time to get rid of those other 4. It's like, okay, sure, we can just do this then. Fuck it. We can draw maps like this. How about we have no more Republican seats within blue states? We can just gerrymander like this. I think Kathy Hochul herself has also said that this is something that she may think about pursuing, like suspending the independent redistricting commission in order to do, precisely this. Because this is exactly what these kind of rulings are going to help encourage, and this is exactly what the Republican Party wanted, right? Race to the fucking bottom, gerrymandering the shit. It doesn't fucking matter. Who cares about fucking democratic principles? None of that shit fucking matters. It's all a race to the bottom. It's about an expression of fucking power, right? None of, because, again, fucking Republicans don't give a shit about this. Here's the fucking map itself also, and that was proposed by Ron DeSantis, being passed in the Republican House Senate, because, of course, none of these people actually have any fucking principle behind any of this. It's all about expressions of power for these people. They don't care about broader liberal sort of like democratic fucking principles. Same thing here also in Tennessee. Marsha Blackburn proposing a 9-0 fucking redistricting map for Tennessee to redraw. No principles from these people. For them, this is all about expressions of fucking power, which is why the only way you fight back in this particular respect is by fighting fire with fire. And I saw every single fucking Republican bitch, moan, and complain about specifically this map right here. Like, bro, why the fuck are you people complaining about this? This is exactly what you people wanted. A race to the fucking bottom. So what? You're allowed to racially gerrymander and cheat as much as you want, but the other side can't? Unfortunately, everyone's already fucking cheating, whether you fucking like it or not, so cope and fucking seethe. If everyone's fucking playing the poker game where they're cheating, then guess what? Everyone gets to fucking cheat whether you like it or not. There is no, like, gobbledygook bullshit. There's no in-between when it comes to stuff like this. You just have to fucking cheat. This is about fighting fire with fire and an expression of power, because that's all that the Republican Party, fundamentally speaking, cares about. But it's okay. You want to know mostly what the Democrats are more concerned about? Oh, signing a fucking bipartisan bill condemning fucking Hassan Piker for what exactly? Oh, the fact that he was a little mean about Israel. Incredibly fucking stupid. Like, I reserve absolutely no faith for the national fucking Democrats for this whatsoever, because national Democrats, they don't actually care about the republic falling. They don't actually care about democracy. They could give less of a flying fuck about any of that stuff. But, I don't know, putting some random fuck shit resolution together to say that Hassan is a stinky, meanie, bobini, and that he supports Hamas and Hezbollah and all this fuck shit, it said America deserves 9/11, is incredibly fucking dumb. I really hope that they do vote on this on the floor of the fucking house and it ends up fucking getting passed. That would be so fucking funny. I'm gonna be honest. I'd be like, wow, so this is the main thing that Congress is more concerned about. One fucking left-leaning fucking streamer. So incredibly stupid. But then again, Josh Gottheimer is like this Israel shill, must suck the balls and lick the taint of Israel at all fucking costs, because unfortunately for the entirety of fucking Congress. The only thing these motherfuckers seemingly ever care about is just, I don't know, licking the balls of fucking Israel. It's incredibly fucking stupid. All in the meanwhile, the Republic is falling apart and democratic principles are, broadly speaking, being completely and utterly destroyed within the United States of America because of, like, these dumbass wizards from on high decreeing, saying, like, ah, yes, I do decree that we will have a complete racial gerrymandering across the United States of America. Yes, it's going to be quite good. Yes, all right. And instead of caring about, like, I don't know, trying to put any stop to this or doing effective legislation that can make it such that gerrymandering is impossible and that there'd have to be a federal law making it such that there are a bunch of, like, independent commissions who do drawing of the maps. They have non-partisan congressional fucking maps and districts. Nah, instead we have to make up a resolution condemning Hassan Piker. You're fucking stupid. Like, none of these people actually care about broader fucking democratic fucking principles, including the so-called Democratic fucking Party. For them, it's all about being stooges to fucking capital and doing literally everything possible to destroy the fucking Republic, because that's seemingly all these motherfuckers care about. Incredibly fucking stupid. But then again, I wouldn't expect anything less from fucking Congress. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Ugh. All right. We'll do the Iran thing now. We got Dougie's fucking plane, which is funny. I'll save Dougie's plane for later. I have a bunch of other shit fucking open on these tabs. Anyway, let's get started with this bullshit. What on earth is going on right now in terms of Iran? Because last time we checked in, it's been a little bit of a while. Last time we checked in, basically both sides have said, like, yeah, we're not agreeing to meet whatsoever. All Donald Trump has basically been doing this entire time is just, I think for lack of a better term, just fucking schizo posting. And meanwhile, the Iranians have been making, like, AI Lego music rap videos or whatever the fuck just to make fun of the president, which is very, very strange that we've gotten to this point of this, like, whole sort of, like, that there's, like, a culture war now being raged by the Iranians, and it's, like, trying to rage bait Trump. And I mean, so far they've been kind of successful in rage baiting Trump, because he keeps talking about how he wants to blow up Iranian, like, oil infrastructure or whatever, and he keeps threatening them publicly over and over and over again, while trying to make them force them to try to capitulate to a fucking deal. And it's like, it's not working, obviously. All in the meanwhile, I think, like, gas prices have been consistently going further up and up and up and up and up, right? I think there was an NBC sort of report about this, talking about the general sort of rises of fucking gas prices all over the place within the United States of America. Like, diesel has gone up, I think, like, almost $1.70, something like that. Gas has gone up, I think, about $1.50, because like, the Trump administration is constantly saying that they've been actually keeping gas prices very low. Lie, obviously. None of these people actually care about any of that stuff. So gas prices obviously shitting the bed. What's the WTI? What's the oil futures market looking like? Why don't we take a look at that real quick? 109 with Brent crude at 124. Yeah, it's just it's going back up. Interesting. So I don't know. Eventually, Trump is going to say, like, we got a peace deal, and he's going to try to manipulate the market all over again. Because, again, like I've said before, I can only imagine what the spot prices for these things are specifically, right? And it's probably bad, right? Last time we checked, Brent crude spot prices were at about $150 a barrel. I wouldn't be surprised if they were probably at 180. Because, again, you can try to manipulate the stock market because at the very least it's all inherently based on speculation. The oil market, not so much. That is based off of a physical fucking commodity. You can only try to manipulate the futures market for so long until eventually the market will just catch up and just be like, oh, no oil. Shit the bed and just completely out and utterly fucking crash. But here, Donald Trump coping and seething.
But what you're referring to is that when you have
constantly, because he loves to threaten the Iranians all the time. Like, dog, you keep wanting to make them come to the deal or to the table to try to make a deal, but you keep threatening them over and over and over again. Like, are you really like interested in making a deal with them? Stupid.
Lines of vast amounts of oil pouring through your system. If for any reason that line is closed because you can't continue to put it into containers or ships, which has happened to them.
Well, because you're the one who started bombing the Iranians, and the Iranians made the play of shutting off the strait and recognizing, hey, we have something that's about as powerful strategically as a fucking nuclear weapon, and that is control over the Strait of Hormuz.
They have no ships because of the blockade. What happens is that line explodes from within, both mechanically and in the earth. Something happens where it just explodes. And they say they only have about 3 days left before that happens. And when it explodes, you can never, regardless...
Oh, this is him just claiming that Iranian's oil infrastructure is about to explode? Which fucking Israeli intelligence asset fucking fed him this shit? Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? Because we all know from... The only reason why Donald Trump even decided to go ahead with the attacks on Iran to begin with was because of the attacks, or rather, like, Benjamin Netanyahu coming into the Situation Room and essentially saying, like, we think it'd be a really good idea for you to attack because their navy is so weak and they can't close the strait. And he unironically fucking believed that shit, which is just like, okay. Great, fantastic. Like, there's a New York Times report about this. It's so fucking goofy.
You can never rebuild it the way it was. In other words, it will always be, if you rebuild it, it's hard to rebuild it all, but it would only be about 50% of what it is right now. So it's a very powerful thing that takes place, sort of having to do with nature. But when that gets clogged at the end, in other words, when you have to turn it off because you have no place to store this oil, either put it on ships or storage tanks, which they are just about finished with, a very bad thing is going to happen. So I think they're under...
Wasn't there, like, also a recent, like, intelligence report from the military that said that, oh, actually, the attacks by the Iranians on the U.S. bases, they were actually a lot fucking worse than the president is fucking reporting as they were. Because, again, all these people, all they can do is just fucking lie. But here, some, like... recent fucking developments and updates. So, Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, heads to St. Petersburg for talks with Russian officials, and Vladimir Putin as Tehran steps up diplomatic efforts to end the war with the U.S. Araghchi, who visited Oman earlier on Sunday, says talks in Muscat focused on ways to ensure safe transit that is to benefit of all dear neighbors in the Strait of Hormuz. Trump says Iranian leaders can come to us or they can call us if they want the talks to resume, a day after canceling a planned visit by his envoys to the Pakistani capital Islamabad for negotiations. Yeah, because Jared Kushner, they don't want to talk with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff because they have no idea what they're talking about because they're dumbasses. Israeli forces continue to bombard southern Lebanon despite a U.S. brokered ceasefire. Whoa, the Israelis always break every fucking ceasefire. Again, like, part of the ceasefire negotiations that Iran wants is for the Israelis to leave southern Lebanon and stop their ethnic cleansing campaign within Lebanon. Israel's not going to fucking listen to that because, again, demon country. Forcing thousands to flee their homes again and killing at least 14 people, including 2 children, on Sunday. Hezbollah claims several attacks on Israeli troops, saying the assaults were a legitimate response to Israel's persistent violations of the ceasefire since the first day of the temporary truce declaration. I mean, they're not technically wrong there. The U.S.-Iran standoff in the Strait of Hormuz continues, with senior Iranian lawmaker Ali Nigzad saying Tehran will not allow a return to pre-war conditions in this strategic waterway. Doesn't really surprise me. But here, a Bell the Ranch video talking about the Iranian proposal to Trump to try to stop the war, which Trump is never going to stop because, again, his brain is leaking out of his ears.
Well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Bell again. So today, we're going to talk about Iran's proposal. After peace talks fell apart yet again, reporting suggests that Iran has sent a proposal to get talks restarted. It's a multi-phase plan that actually gives Trump a way out of the mess he created, as long as he's willing to tell the American people a deal will come in 2 weeks, for quite a while longer. Given recent statements by Trump suggesting he believes Iran is only 3 days away from serious economic strain, it's hard to tell how he'll react to the news. More importantly, the first phase hinges on his ability to convince another world leader to follow his lead.
Good luck with that. Considering the fact that the United States has been actively just shitting on literally every ceasefire proposal proposed by every fucking other country, well, specifically the Iranians, and unironically also not following through with any of their proposals, why the fuck should the Iranians ever trust anything that comes out of the mouth of the US or the Israelis? They have proven to be highly untrustworthy actors.
It's important to note that this is early in the process, and the phases themselves might be negotiated a bit. But the rough outline is something along the lines of Phase 1, a complete end to the war with Iran and Lebanon. This would hinge on Trump's ability to get Netanyahu to stop the moves in Lebanon.
Good luck with that.
That sounds like something Trump might have a hard time doing. Once that is done, Phase 2 would start.
I mean, considering the fact that, again, Netanyahu was the one who convinced Trump to do this shit in the first place.
Which is the discussion about the management and administration of the Strait of Hormuz. It's really worth noting, this doesn't seem like a blanket reopening. It sounds like Iran wants to keep control. Once that is dealt with, Phase 3 can start.
I mean, unironically, the U.S. fucking agreed to give the complete control of the Strait to the Iranians because they're idiots.
Discussion of Iran's nuclear program. So, there are a couple of things about this that are worth noting. It gives Trump a way out without too much embarrassment. If he can get the Strait open and constantly say that negotiations over the nuclear program are underway, he can claim he's working to get a better deal than Obama got, even if he's nowhere near it.
To make himself
Another
look good.
is that if Iran...
Although, honestly, I don't think they're going to get anything as good as Barack Obama, to be honest. And, with the JCPOA, they're not going to make a deal. It's very, very fucking stupid.
...gets to maintain administration of the Strait, they might be more willing to seriously consider discussions about the nuclear program. Because, as we've discussed, Trump's war gave them the chance to demonstrate to the world that they possess something more powerful than a nuke.
Yep.
Control of oil supply. Trump has backtracked on initial demand...
Which, by the way, is a complete fucking disaster for the United States of America, right? The whole entire reasoning for the petrodollar and the reason why the United States has as much interest in the Middle East as it does is so they have control over oil supply. Because, in terms of the whole sort of foreign policy and economic aspects of this in particular, the idea behind the petrodollar, that of course that to buy sort of petroleum-based products, oil-based products, whatever, what have you, is all traded with U.S. dollars. It's how the U.S. has such a very hegemonic, tight, or had rather, a tight hegemonic control on the global fucking economy. A lot of stuff needs oil in order to be able to, be made. Oil is a very, 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 very important commodity in a lot of, products, right? And the U.S. understood that, and they're just like, we got to make sure that we keep tight control on, oil supply throughout the fucking globe. And Trump decided to bungle that. For what reason exactly? I don't know. He's a fucking dipshit. Yeah, mostly because he's a dipshit who doesn't understand how any of this stuff works in particular. And decided to completely destroy any chances the U.S. really had in terms of being able to return to, its hegemonic sort of status. It's very silly and it's nonsensical because Trump is too stupid and too much of like an 80s wannabe action hero to inherently understand the rather complex, nuanced web of systems and avenues of control that the U.S. spent a very, very long time meticulously maintaining with their whole sort of role as the fucking world police. There was a reason why the United States wanted to be the whole sort of world police, is so they can have control over economic fucking trade routes. That was the entirety of the point. Similar to every other fucking empire that has existed throughout the entirety of antiquity.
And is now only asking Iran to give up enrichment for 10 years. This is a lot like the way he negotiated the surrender of Afghanistan.
True.
He puts the date after his term of office, so somebody else has to clean up his mess. That being said, the world will not be happy with an Iran-administered strait, because it would give them legitimized control of something more powerful than a nuke.
Mm-hmm.
There will probably be significant pressure
on... control over fucking global supply of oil is very powerful.
Trump to avoid giving that to them. The White House response has been boilerplate. Quote, "These are sensitive diplomatic discussions, and the U.S. will not negotiate through the press. As the president has said, the United States holds the cards and will only make a deal that puts the American people first."
Yeah, holds the cards. Yeah, sure. You huff that fucking copium. You guys ain't holding fucking shit. You're dancing to the tune of the fucking Iranians now. It's genuinely fucking pathetic, dude.
Never allowing Iran to have a nuclear weapon.
Oh, I'm sure.
Sure. If Trump had all the cards, we wouldn't be in this mess, and he wouldn't have reduced his demand from forever to 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
There's a route out of this mess here, but there's a lot of obstacles. And it doesn't leave the U.S. in a better position than when it started.
Nope.
Because while Trump bluffs about having all the cards, the whole table knows Iran is holding a straight. Anyway.
Oof. That's a good fucking line. Oof. Ooh, that's a hard fucking line there. But yeah, like, it's been a genuine sort of embarrassment in terms of the developments here by not only the United States. I mean, Iran has pretty much played the entire situation perfectly at this point. Like, they have gotten what they wanted and more. They now have control over the Strait of Hormuz. They can shut off the economic valve of oil production whenever the fuck they want, right? Because it's really easy to fucking enforce that. Those mine-laying drones and ships, very, very fucking cheap. Not very difficult to get those out there in order to lay those fucking goddamn mines. Mines also pretty fucking goddamn cheap, right? And guess what? Just the knowledge of those mines potentially being there and a ship hitting them and it causing an entire, like, huge fucking mess. Way too much of a risk. Not, like, you should not be fucking going through with any of that shit. Absolutely fuck that shit. Absolutely not. So, should we really be surprised whatsoever that, I don't know, Trump is, like, now dancing to the tune of the Iranians? No, not really. But here, like, another fucking development that's happening in all of this, right? The UAE is now leaving OPEC. So OPEC, for those who may not know, is essentially the, shall we say, economic cartel that is used to control, well, oil prices. Now, can we make the argument that OPEC is a good thing or a bad thing? You can make that argument, yes. I do think that having price controls set and the amount of production for oil is probably like a good thing, generally speaking, right? I don't think that's necessarily a terrible, terrible sort of thing. But the fact that the UAE, which is I think the third highest producer of oil within OPEC, I think it's made up about 12 different countries, all a part of the Gulf states. And part of the reason why also the United States doesn't like Iran as much as they do is because they're not a part of OPEC and they're not a part of the very calculated, controlled, like, financial mechanisms the U.S. has essentially set up through the petrodollar. The Iranians are not a part of that. They don't have to trade in U.S. dollars in order to be able to sell their oil in the market. They can either do it through the ruble, even though the ruble's not really worth all that much for now, I guess, because of the war in Ukraine. Or they can trade through the Chinese yuan instead. And they can do that, no fucking problem. And the United States, not particularly big fans of that, which is why they have such a hate boner for the Iranians to begin with. So here, because I think this is actually a very, very good summary here of the whole situation. So oil prices are currently high. Trump doesn't like this at all. He needs a solution. By leaving OPEC, the UAE can produce and export much more oil, as it is no longer bound by quotas. That is a very, very accurate point here. I don't disagree with this whatsoever. I think this is a very, very accurate position to take here. Why? Because currently the biggest problem is not as much supply of oil going out there. Like, people are saying there's jet fuel shortages as well, right? That's happening more and more. A lot of the Southeast Asian countries are saying that they are having shortages of fucking petroleum products, right? Because they don't have as much oil being, well, put through the fucking economy, obviously. So that's a problem for them, right? They've been having to ration their fucking oil supply, obviously. So as a byproduct of that, well, basically, not unleashing, but allowing the UAE to leave OPEC, and I think this is going to be effective right around May 1st, can certainly help with that potential strain here. The only problem is how is the UAE going to try to get ships to the Strait of Hormuz? They still have to put ships to the Strait of Hormuz. Not all this is going to be, I don't know, piped out in a pipeline. That's too long and too expensive. I don't think that's going to happen. It seems kind of silly, seems kind of ridiculous, but whatever. Also, the UAE, I believe, has a lot of investments in like sort of Trump crypto assets and other bullshit like data centers and whatnot. So makes a lot of sense that they may try to strike up some kind of deal here with Trump in order to try to, well, push out more oil into the market to try to make some more money to alleviate the fucking oil shock that's crisis that's currently going on right now. This increases the circulating supply. More supply lowers the prices of oil globally, at least temporarily. Lowering the price of oil is bad for countries like Saudi Arabia that aren't able to offset it by increasing production, so they get annoyed. That is also another aspect of this as well. Apparently, the UAE is also upset with Saudi Arabia or something, so they want to piss off the Saudis, and so they may try to leave OPEC, which will piss off the Saudis because of, well, OPEC allowing the lowering of the cost or of the price of fucking oil, so they can't sell as much on the market with all the fucking oil. So there's that as well, right? So it's a bit of a gambit that the Trump administration is playing here, where they may potentially piss off the Saudis by allowing the UAE, the third highest producer, I think, within OPEC, to leave OPEC and have more production. Like, it's a very, very sort of like complicated sort of mesh of relationships and price controls and production quota controls as well to try to like alleviate the oil price crisis. But here, like a quick blurb here from the New York Times talking about all of this. The UAE says it will leave OPEC and blow to oil cartel. Gulf government has long complained about the group's quotas, while officials believe unfairly limited its exports. Its departure is expected to weaken OPEC's influence. The UAE dealt a major blow to some of the world's biggest oil producers on Tuesday when it announced that it was leaving the OPEC oil cartel that has for decades sought to control global prices and fuel supplies. Coalition of around a dozen oil exporters, OPEC has steered prices by setting quotas for its members and allies. The organization's power has slipped in recent years as production soared in non-member countries, chiefly the United States of America. That's also a very, very good point. We all know about the like soying out like weirdos and losers within the United States. Talk about like drill baby drill. We're gonna frack. We're gonna make so much oil. Yada yada yada. And how these people all like soyed out when a bunch of oil tankers came into the United States of America to get filled up with a bunch of oil, for example, right? So a bunch of these, because obviously, is the United States a part of OPEC? No, not at all. In fact, they have also talked about, to us specifically, because we also have a lot of oil within Canada. In the tar sands, for example, we have a ton of fucking oil in Canada. The United States has also said themselves, like, hey, Canada, could you just, like, you know, not produce as much as we're looking to produce because you may really fuck with our oil prices there, bro, or gas prices. We don't really like that too much, you know? And that is also another thing that has been not done by, like, the United States. It's not exactly accurate to say, but essentially, like, another aspect to all of this that is important to consider that the United States has also said to us, specifically, hey, could you not make as much, like, lower your gas prices too much? Because we may potentially have some economic consequences for that. We don't really want to deal with any of that bullshit. So, like, could you, like, do us a solid and not do that? Just, you know, just asking for a friend. It's just like, okay, cool. Thank you, United States of America, for creating this for us. It's very, very stupid. I think, like, the United States exports and produces, like, I think about, like, 6.4 million barrels of oil or something like that per day, I think. Something like that. Before the war in Iran, the Emirates was one of OPEC's largest producers, after Saudi Arabia, Iraq, and Iran, pumping around 3.6 million barrels a day of oil, or some 3% of global supply. Its departure from OPEC means little for oil prices at the moment, because the U.S.-Israeli war with Iran has forced producers across the Persian Gulf to slash production. But in the long term, the move can contribute to greater volatility since less oil will be subject to production controls. OPEC countries supplied more than a quarter of the world's oil before the war. Russia and several other countries also coordinate with OPEC through a grouping known as OPEC+. Emirati officials had long floated the idea of quitting the cartel, complaining that quotas had unfairly limited their ability to export oil. In a sign of abruptness of its break with a group that it had belonged to since 1967, the UAE gave less than a week's notice, saying it would leave on Friday. The country, which has been aiming to boost its production capacity to 5 million barrels a day by 2027, is now expected to pump more to serve its own interests. I mean, it doesn't really surprise me, again, like, given the sort of, like, balkanization that's happening across the world, like, how incredibly self-interested, obviously hypocritically, that the United States is generally speaking acting in terms of its own interests, right? Especially with the U.S.-Israeli war with Iran, of course. They've been acting incredibly fucking self-interested, much to the detriment of all the other Gulf countries, which they're fucking pissed about. And it's just going to be like, dog, like, why are we just getting fucked over for your people's fucking stupidity? Like, this is some fucking bullshit. Like, what the hell? That is once tankers can resume travel through the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow waterway that divides Iran from the Arabian Peninsula. The strait has been all but closed since the war began in late February. God, it's been like almost 2 fucking months, man. Jesus. Or it's been about 2 months. The Emirates has the ability to send some oil around the strait through a pipeline, but it nevertheless was forced to slash oil output by more than a third in March, according to the International Energy Agency. Emirati officials decided to leave OPEC so that they would have more freedom to meet consumer demand. The country's energy minister, Sahil al-Mazrouei, said in an interview with the New York Times, "The world needs more energy, the world needs more resources, and the UAE wanted it to be unconstrained by any groups." Mr. al-Mazrouei said the Emirates wanted it to exit at a time that would cause minimal disruption to oil markets, he added. "We will remain as a responsible producer," Mr. al-Mazrouei said. Sure, man. The price of Brent crude oil, the main international benchmark, pulled back after the announcement, but was still trading more than 2% higher than it was on Monday. Oil has risen more than 50% since the start of the war, and the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz, a transit point for a fifth of the world's oil. The announcement came amid festering tensions between the Emirates and Saudi Arabia, the de facto leader of OPEC. Well, biggest country, and of course, they produce the most oil. Once close allies, the two Gulf countries have diverged in recent years. The Emirates have increasingly gone its own way, pursuing closer ties to Israel and backing an armed separatist group in southern Yemen, where the Saudis are supporting the government. Yes, that is also a very, very good interesting aspect of all of this. Yeah, the UAE are supporting the fucking Houthis and are also a part of the Abrahamic Accords. That alongside Bahrain and also I think Jordan. Yes, they do also support the RSF, the crazed genocidal freaks within Sudan, of course. And they are bad. Really fucking bad, obviously. And the Saudis are kind of like 50-50 on wanting to join the Abrahamic Accords, right? Because the reason why they really do not want to join the Abrahamic Accords is because if they were to join the Abrahamic Accords, besides getting like U.S. defense contracts and spending, which is what they really want, they want more U.S. weapons. What they in reality really want, besides that, or not what they want, what they basically are afraid of, rather, is the fact that people in Saudi Arabia do not like the Israelis for obvious reasons, right? That's why they keep tepidly trying to get, like, support for a Palestinian state. Even though, like, are the Saudis really exerting any pressure to try to get that? Not really. But they will try to virtue signal and try to be like, listen, people of Saudi Arabia, we're trying our best possible to try to get like support for the Palestinians. Please don't fuck with our shit too much. We like making a bunch of money. Yeah, it doesn't really surprise me, Boy Meets Minnie, that Israeli passport holders can't enter Saudi Arabia. And I bet even if they were able to enter Saudi Arabia, I don't think the Saudi Arabian citizens would be particularly happy with them being there. Yes, once they were close allies, of course, the Saudis are supporting the Yemenis government, and the UAE support the Houthis, members of OPEC. The war with Iran appears to have hardened that rift, as Saudi Arabia and the Emirates weigh differing strategies of how to respond to Iran. The Emirates, which hosts a major U.S. military base, has suffered thousands of Iranian missile and drone attacks. Emirati officials have spoken to their dissatisfaction with the response of the regional multilateral organizations, including the Gulf Cooperation Council and the Arab League, hinting that they would have preferred a harsher unified stance against Iran, right? Because they want to make more fucking goddamn oil. That's why. Every Gulf state had its own policy of containment toward Iran, and all of those containment policies have failed. Anwar Gargash, a senior Emirati official, said in Dubai on Monday, all our policies have failed miserably. Oil policy has for years also been a key source of tensions between the Emirates and Saudi Arabia. While Saudi Arabia aims to sustain oil markets for the next century, the UAE feels no such urgency, said Bachar al-Halabi, a senior analyst in Dubai at Agris Media, a commodities research firm, because their economy is more diversified. That's true. Saudi Arabia has been doing a lot of investment in tourism, and I believe also like sports as well. They're trying to bring a bunch of like sports leagues in and shit like that, right? They do not require high oil prices to balance their budgets, allowing them to prioritize volume over price support. The departure of the Emirates will leave Saudi Arabia shouldering an even greater share of the responsibility to managing oil prices once international markets eventually stabilize. The question is whether Saudi Arabia is willing to bear the lion's share of the burden of managing global oil markets with only a limited ability to support that from many other players, said Jason Bordoff, the founding director of the Center on Global Energy Policy at Columbia University. The Emirates' decision comes after Angola, Ecuador, and Qatar left the cartel in 2024, 2020, and 2019. But the Emirates is a larger oil producer than those countries. Again, they're at third place, and its decision is more consequential. Abu Dhabi, now the capital of the UAE, joined OPEC in 1967, several years before the Emirates became a unified country. During our time in the organization, we made significant contributions and even greater sacrifices for the benefit of all, the Emirati state news agency said in a statement. However, the time has come to focus on our own efforts, on what our national interest dictates, and our commitment to our investors, customers, partners, and global energy markets. So this is a very, very interesting development. So basically the Emiratis have had, let's just say, very, very big tensions building up throughout years with the Saudi Arabians. They support the Houthis. The Saudis support the Yemeni fucking government. They are not happy in particular with a lot of the production quotas, and they don't like the fact that the Saudis have such an outsized fucking control over the production quotas. That's the biggest fucking problem. But shouldn't be really surprising. But yeah, I mean, like, what else is there to really say? Oh, everything, I guess, is like more or less marching to the tune of the Iranians, and now the third largest producer within OPEC is now looking to leave. And all in the meanwhile, gas prices only continue to go up and up and up. Regular gas up $1.25, diesel up $1.70, and premium gas is also up $1.23. 25% increase, about a 30% increase here, and about a 33% increase here. Not looking good for fucking Donald Trump, who's, again, desperately looking for any out possible in order to be able to, well, clean up his own mess. And guess what? The Iranians are giving him a way out potentially. Is he going to take it? That's ultimately a different question. If he will actually fucking take it. Personally, I am of the opinion that maybe he might take it. He might not actually take it. Who the fuck really knows? This is Donald Trump that we're talking about here. And honestly, he'll just do whatever his little heart sort of desires at this point in time. Or whatever Benjamin Netanyahu convinces him is the best course of fucking action. Who really fucking knows, to be honest? It really depends on who gets in his ear at the, I don't know, last fucking moment. Anywho, don't think there's really much else to say besides that. I do what I want. Oh man. I mean, I went over 2 videos today. And what? 2 segments so far? Voting Rights Act is destroyed. Basically, and what else? The other thing. Yeah, the other thing. That shit with OPEC and the UAE. Boy Meets Mini, you missed the Shoetent. What the heck? That's very, very fucking cringe and soy of you. I don't know. Why don't we go through the most pathetic indictment on the planet, actually? Have me on while I'm co-work. Oh my goodness. Me. My goodness. Not little old me. Also, I was at 590 subscribers on fucking YouTube, and it went back to 589. Bastards! Someone unsubscribed. Very rude. Why would someone unsubscribe like that? Wait. Okay. Bro. What's the dude? He's so weird. It's so weird. He puts her vaginal microbial report 100 out of 100 score. Top 1% of all vaginas. This is so fucking awesome, dude. Dude, the fucking the fucking wife replies, bro. Don't die. Bro, what the fuck is this? Dude. Goth Girl, Don't Die in Blueprint with @Brian Johnson. That's so weird. The straights are on one tonight. This is so weird. It really is. It's one of those situations where it's just like, good for you, man. So weird, man. All right. Let's get fucking started with this shit, dude. So I think they might be calling this the most pathetic indictment ever, I think, on the planet by the DOJ. So, hey guys, it turns out James Comey was easily able to defeat the first indictment against him. So now the GOP is trying to do another fucking indictment against James Comey. Why don't we take a look at this?
District of North Carolina returned an indictment against James Comey on 2 counts. The first count is that on or about May 15th of last year, he knowingly and willfully making a threat to take the life of and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States. Count 2.
Why don't we take a look at the post? This is the post. Bro. Are we for real? Comey is being indicted for the 8647 stuff. Oh my lord. This is actually fucking incredible, bro. Oh my lord. They may be calling this the most fucking pathetic indictment I think ever seen on the planet. Jesus fucking Christ, bro.
Same day, May 15th, 2025, that the defendant, James Comey, knowingly and willfully transmitting in interstate commerce a communication that contained a threat to kill the President of the United States. Both of these counts carry a maximum term of imprisonment.
What are we talking about there? What? Jesus Christ, bro. What does that mean? I don't know. I guess, like, the easy W for James Comey. I don't even want to cheer for fucking James Comey. James Comey fucking sucks. But, I mean, if we're doing schizo shit like this, like, okay, bro. Whatever.
Of 10 years. So I think it's fair to say that threatening the life of anybody. District of North Carolina returned.
I don't know how many times this has to be said. If it was 286, then you'd have an argument. This isn't a 286, it's just an 86. 86, I think it's like restaurant slang for essentially saying to reject a particular order. That's like literally it. This doesn't mean... This does not mean you're trying to kill the president of the United States. It's really, really fucking stupid. But here, Kash Patel, I guess, also has something to add to this dumbass fucking criminal investigation. Wait, you took 9 to 11 months to investigate this stuff? Are we... Bro. Are you high? Let me check. Yes. Bro is fucking high if he's doing this shit. Instead of, like, I don't know, releasing the Epstein files and doing everything to cover up for them, why don't we spend, like, up to 11 months investigating James Comey for a fucking Instagram post? Stupid.
As you heard from the Attorney General and the U.S. Attorney, former FBI Director James Comey has now been indicted for 2 felony counts. While many of you may read this indictment and view this matter as a simple investigation, it is the farthest thing from that. Every single investigation this FBI and our partners at the Department of Justice undertake, especially those that involve the threats to harm or hurt or even kill individuals, whether they hold public office or civilians in our country, are met with the same measure of investigative prowess and tools and personnel in partnership with the Department of Justice as anyone else. As the U.S.
Bro, this is so fucking stupid, man. Oh, man, bro. Okay, listen. If we care so much about, like, bringing bodily harm, which, okay, you're technically speaking correct there, Kash Patel. Shucks. DOJ, Kash Patel, you have some fucking explaining to do. What's up with this? Jack Posobiec saying to 8646, that of course in reference to Joe Biden. Is Jack Posobiec inherently trying to say that the murder of Joe Biden needs to happen here? By the DOJ's logic, yes. There would have to be an indictment here. Oh, and I guess also the same with all these fucking distributors of merch within fucking Amazon. I guess all of these guys need to be fucking indicted as well. Stupid.
Attorney indicated James Comey will be afforded every matter of due process under the United States Constitution. And as the Attorney General indicated, this has been a case that's been investigated over the past 9, 10, 11 months. These cases take time. Our investigators work methodically. They are career agents, career prosecutors who work these matters. They call the balls and strikes in the field as they see fit pursuant to the facts of the case and the law. They took that.
Balls and strikes, eh? Balls and strikes, eh? I don't think we're going to see any indictments for Jeff Bezos or Jack Posobiec.
Information and made a presentment to a grand jury, a jury of peers in the district in which the alleged crime took place, and that grand jury spoke.
Where does this fucking crime take? Does it even say here? Bro. Oh man, bro. Where are you gonna find out where this alleged crime took place? Dude, you know what would be the funniest part about all of this? Okay, and this would be really funny, to be quite honest, if this were the case. Imagine if this was AI generated. Oh my lord, that would be the most funny out of all of this. It's like, okay, how are you gonna fucking indict him there? What location? It's AI fucking generated. Okay, hot take, that would be the only ethical use of fucking AI art, okay? Of AI art generation would be for this, just to fuck with these like stupid morons. Only ethical use of AI art has been found to fuck with these like this bug-eyed fucking moron.
And that grand jury returned a 2-count indictment against James Comey.
Yeah, okay, bro. Like, sure, dude. Totally. I don't know. Fucking James Comey, fuck, take it away. I mean, this shit's not going anywhere. It's so fucking funny. It's so cartoonish and buffoonish, the behavior that's on display here by the DOJ. But then again, listen, they covered up the fucking goddamn Epstein files, so you know they got nothing better to do. So why not spend 11 fucking months investigating this, I don't know, goofy image here by James Comey?
Well, they're back. This time about a picture of seashells on a North Carolina beach a year ago. And this won't be the end of it. But nothing has changed with me. I'm still innocent. I'm still not afraid. And I still believe in the independent federal judiciary, so let's go. But it's really important that...
So far, this is basically the exact same thing he said last time when they indicted him. Which, again, by the way, I think that all that shit got fucking dropped. Oh, man. Did I forget to mention that I think the GOP has lost about 70+% of their court cases?
That all of us remember, this is not who we are as a country. This is not how the Department of Justice is supposed to be.
Sure, man.
And the good news is we get closer every day to restoring those values.
Thanks, James. Very, very cool. I don't know, like, I don't know what else is there to say. I mean, this is easily, I think, one of the most entertaining things I have ever seen, dude. This is so fucking funny, bro. Yeah, I don't know. It's just fucking hilarious to me, dude, that this is happening. Like, the fact that... The fact that the probably the most fucking pathetic ass like indictment is being brought onto James Comey is just really, really fucking funny, dude. Like, so fucking dumb, bro. Yeah, listen, who says... I thought we lived in America. I thought we, I don't know, cared about, shall we say, like, free speech or whatever the fuck. Like, why don't we just say, I don't know, find some funny numbers to write with fucking seashells? Like, okay, bro, whatever. I thought the Republicans cared about free speech. I guess they really don't. I'm saying this all rather, like, surreptitiously. Of course the Republicans have never cared about any of this. Like, it's just another, like, clown shoes attempt here by the Trump administration to try to go after one of their fucking political opponents. Like, that's all there really is to it. And it's honestly, like, one of the dumbest fucking goddamn indictments I think I've ever seen in my fucking life. Like, bro, they're going after him for a fucking Instagram post with some fucking seashells. And honestly, I'm going with my conspiracy theory here and saying that this is all generated by AI. If this was generated by fucking AI, that would be the funniest fucking part out of all of this. Unironically. I would love for it to be the case if this was generated by AI. But, you know. The fucking DOJ spent 11 months fucking investigating this stuff. Or up to 11 months fucking investigating this stuff. Like, it's so fucking ridiculous and stupid, bro. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. But I shouldn't really expect anything less from the dude who's looking to be, like, one of the next fucking administration officials that's about to be fired, and that is fucking Kash Patel. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. That's true, Boy Meets Mini. Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry plans to suspend House primaries, giving lawmakers time to redraw the congressional map in response to Calais' ruling. Oh boy. Oh, man. Very goofy. Very stupid. Oh, in other news, my roommate has started to move in. So that's cool. Came by, put a bunch of boxes down. That's cool. So we may be having to be a little more quiet when we're doing our videos. Very cool, folks. What the fuck? That girl's not a 5 out of 10. You're actually fucking insane if you think that. I came across a post of saying, crazy how makeup can turn a 5 out of 10 into an 8 out of 10. It's like, huh? What? Like, what are we even saying here? Yeah, she does look good. Nah, she's actually a 5 out of 10. It's just like, alright, man. I too am also a schizophrenic. Wait, what? That's young Epstein? I didn't even notice that. Dude, it's a pedophile. Why am I not surprised? We're raiding at the Jason Society. Oh man, that's funny, bro. Raid messages. You know what to do, you know what to say. Transfer out of the Daho raid buff. If you're a sub, if you're a non-sub, you do the wowie with the Daho raid buff. That's how we show appreciation. Those are in 20Ks. Gamers, I will be back tomorrow. And hopefully my fucking goddamn audio issues are fixed. Editing that fucking Bad Science Sunday panel is going to take way longer now because I have to put a bunch of gains everywhere on my voice because it may be way fucking quieter. So that's great. Fantastic, excellent. Whatever. Anywho, gamers, I will be back tomorrow, and we'll be continuing to yap more about late politics and, I don't know, factoring some Oreos or something. I don't really know exactly. Anyway, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.